This probably won't impact your presentation, probably the next one, but just in case. At this point, there's no old business, there's only new business, and that's for these interviews. So first up on the agenda is the joint venture between Aalborg and Downs. So at this point, I will turn it over to Chris Spiegel, who is there you are, and we can get you started. So ladies and gentlemen, feel free. The floor is yours.
So thank you, everyone. First up on the list today is the joint venture between Aalborg and Downs. Thank you all so much for coming this morning. We're looking forward to seeing your presentation. Take a look.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dave Patrick. I am president of Downs Construction Company and managing partner of the Aalborg Downs joint venture. Very happy to be back here again. Thank you for this opportunity. If we could reserve 2 minutes at the end of the Q&A for a couple of closing comments, I would really appreciate it.
And good morning, everyone. My name is Glenn Aalborg, principal with Aalborg Construction Company. It's a pleasure to be here today and see everyone. As many of you know, I'm a resident of Warwick. Our business is in Warwick. We've done many projects for the city of Warwick. Attended this school. I'm a graduate of Warwick Vets, class of '74. It's hard to believe I'll be celebrating my 50-year reunion later this summer, but look forward to that. And, but we've done many projects in Warwick, as well as throughout the state of Rhode Island, school projects. As you know, we recently completed the Sherman School, Linden School, Scott School, Warwick Next School, and many other projects. Working closely with Steve Gothberg and Lynn and her staff and everyone. The projects all went very well. Steve, I think we have a good relationship of trust and confidence. We get the job done, you can trust that we get it done. You got confidence that we're gonna do what we say. We work well together. We work closely with Scotia Architects, Steve and his group on many projects, going back to Coventry Schools, Potawatomi Fire Station, and many others. We also work closely with Ed Bourget during the conversion of Warwick Vets High School, which is now Warwick Vets Middle School. We worked closely with Ed and his company at that time, and that project went very well. As far as Armin, good morning.
Good morning, Glenn. How are you?
Who's gonna make an entrance?
My apologies.
So in addition to our history, we have a strong commitment. We've made strong commitments to the City of Warwick School Department, whether it be the PTA, Mentor Rhode Island, Warwick Schools Future. We've been there to help and do what we can to help succeed with this project. As I mentioned, experience, we did Smithfield Schools, worked closely with Chris Spiegel. Chris, as you know, Chris, worked closely on Smithfield Schools. That was a $40 million project. Bids came in about 20% of the budget. We were able to put a lot more into that project. Very successful. As far as myself, I'll be your principal in charge. We're very hands-on involvement to ensure that we bring this project in on time and on budget. We have a proven track record of getting projects done on time. As far as Dave Patrick, Dave and I go back 35 years. We've done projects side by side. We've been talking about this job for about a year now. We thought it would be a perfect project for us to joint venture. Their firm combined with ours, their resources, their experience as an OPM in Rhode Island, as well as our experience as a general contractor doing schools. We felt we put together a powerhouse team, a team that can get this job done. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be there.
Thanks, Glenn. So I want to talk a little bit about capacity and our team's capacity. And I really want to convey to you that the joint venture that we have put together with Glenn and his team and Aalborg Construction is not about increasing our capacity. We have plenty of capacity to build both of these projects. This is a strategic alliance because of a lot of what Glenn just said. Their working relationship here in Warwick, their understanding of the schools, their understanding of how you folks work. So it's very much a strategic alliance in that regard. When I think about capacity, I put it into two categories. Category one is financial. Do you have the financial capacity to do the projects that you're being asked to do? I would tell you that combined, we have about $1 billion in bonding capacity. We have a single project limit of 300 million. And what we estimate between the two of us, by the time this project gets to construction, we'll have about 350 million of that under current bonds. So we have plenty of financial capacity. Every year, our bonding company comes in, reviews all of our books, all of our records. We have the largest bonding company in the world in Liberty Mutual. And so I think from a financial standpoint, we're very well positioned to do that. The second part of this is our team. And with that, I would like to turn it over to our group so that everybody can introduce themselves and tell a little bit about them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Romanoli, and I'll be the executive in charge overseeing all aspects of the project. I bring to the team over 30 years of experience, 25 years of which I've been with Downs Construction, primarily focused on the public school market and the K through 12 sector. My current assignment, I feel is very relevant to your project. We have a substantial athletic complex facility that we're building in Wyndham. It's a $90+ million addition and renovation. We have a pretty cool aerial photo so you guys can see the football field, the softball fields, the track and field and stuff all coming together, which we'll go into a little bit more detail in our presentation. But as the executive in charge, one of my primary focuses is to provide this committee with the highest level of client satisfaction and lead our team to success.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Brad Anderson, Senior Project Manager. I have over 20 years of experience in the construction industry, 18 of which having been with Downs. And during that 18 years, I've completed over 10 K through 12 school construction projects, the most recent of which includes the phased, occupied, extensive renovation in addition to a 260,000 square foot high school down in London.
Thanks, Brad. I'm Brian O'Connell. My son attended Pilgrim. I'm familiar with both of these sites and the surrounding neighborhoods, especially the traffic patterns in the morning and in the afternoon. As a Warwick resident, I've been and am an enthusiastic supporter of both of these projects. I'm excited to lead the Aalborg Downs joint venture project management team for Pilgrim High School. I'm a registered architect with over 35 years of experience in design and construction. Will be an integral part of the pre-construction team. We'll be using lean construction methods, full planning sessions, lessons learned, best practices to deliver 2 best-in-class high schools for the city of Warwick. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm John Frioli, Vice President of Field Operations. I've been with Downs Construction for 44 years. My involvement in your project will start early on in pre-construction with constructability reviews, schedule development, safety and logistics planning, and then we'll carry on out on a day-to-day basis with our field teams, our combined cohesive field teams, right through to project closeout.
Unfortunately, Nicole DeMeo is ill this morning and is not going to be able to be with us, but Nicole heads up our business development activity, and her role in this project will be student and community engagement, and she does a terrific job at that.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Romanello. I'm going to be your eyes and ears to the Tollgate project as your senior project superintendent. Now, I know you're not going to believe this, but this past February, I celebrated my 44th year in the construction industry, and I'm still an active member in the Carpenters Local 326. I most recently finished my 12th school, 5 of which were occupied campus construction. With that being said, I bring a tremendous amount of knowledge and success, not only to our team, but to each and every one of you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jude Fairbanks. I'll be the senior superintendent for the Pilgrim High School project for the Aalborg Downs team. I bring about 20 years experience to K through 12 higher education, hospitality, gaming, construction. I recently completed a fast track design build project for the Providence School Department with Downs as my OPM. Currently, I'm working on the occupied campus of URI, doing multiple projects totaling 95 million. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. So I sort of want to put a summary on the team that just introduced themselves. Leading these 2 projects will be John Frioli, and Tom Romanolo. Collectively, they have about 76 years experience between the two of them. And I estimate, I think I'm pretty close to this, they've completed about 30 K through 12 schools in the last 10 to 15 years. This is our team that will oversee and drive this project to completion and success. On the project management side, between the folks that are listed in this org chart here, Brad and Brian, and a couple of the junior folks that are not here, they have about 76 years worth of combined experience. And a lot of that was dedicated to the K through 12 sector. So we have a very, very experienced team. And I would tell you that we generally look at ourselves as school construction experts. That is the majority of the business that we do. The majority of the projects that we build are school construction. On the field superintendent side, combined, and Tom mentioned, I'm sure you don't believe he's been 44 years in the business, but on the field construction side, we have about 95 years of experience. And a majority of that has been dedicated to the K through 12 schools. So I guess what I want to say in terms of team capacity, all of these folks that we're talking about right now, their current job assignments will be completed prior to the construction of the Warwick schools, and we will dedicate this team to building these schools should we be selected. Thank you. Oh, yeah. In terms of another way to look at capacity, right now in our pre-construction department, we have the capacity to oversee 10 projects. On average, right now, we have 2. As Glenn mentioned earlier, we've been looking at this building program here in Warwick for the past year. And quite frankly, we're not out trying to sell every single project that we can sell. We are saving capacity for this work assignment. In the bidding and procurement side, typically, we're in the 4 range. We have two projects that we would be bidding at the same time as the Warwick High School schedule. And what I think is most important is on the construction side, by the time we get to the start of construction for the Warwick program, we will have 4 assignments actually underway and have the capacity to run 16. So when you talk about capacity, we have the capacity. We have saved some of our capacity for these work programs. And I think we're very well suited to build these 2 high schools for you folks.
All right, thanks, Dave. So I just kind of want to set the stage and talk a little bit about what the rest of our agenda is for our presentation and go through some of the key areas of focus that we're going to touch on. We feel that hiring 1 construction manager for both of these projects, the Aalborg Downs team not only provides you with the capacity, as you've heard, and the experience, as you've heard, but also the continuity throughout all the aspects and all the phases of construction. A singular voice to this committee, to the community, and most importantly, to the trade contractors with scopes of work, project approach, budgeting, we feel is invaluable and will ultimately pay dividends throughout this project. We've analyzed your budget. You're going to see a little bit more detail about your budget. We feel comfortable that both of these projects can be built within the project budget and within the project schedule. During our pre-construction effort, we have experience working on multiple projects, bidding multiple projects on with 2 concurrent jobs for 1 singular client. We feel that there could be, and we foresee some savings with the approach that we would put forth in the bidding, with the opportunity to have trade contractors be assigned to both and provide an overall cost savings to the city of Warwick. We also will have the ability to help prioritize each project that will also assist with coordinating manpower, long lead items, deliverables of that nature. We will be able to control a majority of that. Procurement. Everybody knows what has been going on in our industry as it relates to the overall procurement supply chain. I can tell you that since 2020, we have certainly enhanced our level of long lead procurement items, which starts very early on in pre-construction. We have never missed the delivery of a project because of a long lead item. The long lead items will be included in our pre-construction phase so that we will be able to plan accordingly with long lead items like switchgear, air handling units, rooftop units, things of that nature. So we're gonna talk a little bit about some of those strategies. Site conditions and logistics, our field staff has spent time reviewing your sites. They've visited your sites. You're gonna hear them talk about the proposed logistics and the ideas that we have to implement that. Site security, site safety, and also we're gonna talk to you a little bit about some strategies to engage the community. Most importantly, our plan and our attack to engage the students of both of these projects, because you have an awesome opportunity to engage the students.
Again, good morning, everybody. Brad Anderson, as your senior project manager, you asked us to discuss a similar project, and the New London High School project has numerous similarities to both the Tollgate and Pilgrim schools. One big item was, as you can see, it was heavily phased throughout 3 major phases there. It wasn't occupied. School construction campus there. We were working in close proximity to all of the students in that school, keeping in mind of all their day-to-day activities. We had very little interruptions to any of their services. If there was testing days, anything like that, we were cognizant of that and we worked that out. We had daily communications with all the staff at the school through the principal and a couple of other lead people. The project, it did have an expansive site, renovated athletic fields. I want to touch on the MWB participation. We were close to, between minority and women business enterprises, close to 25% actually on that job there. And the requirements for that building or for that job were about 6.25. So we came in well over. Also, city residents was another one that we more than doubled. They asked for 12, we gave them 24% total New London city residents on that job. Project was also a PLA, and there was a significant amount of controlled blasting on that project as well. Also within close proximity, we were able to handle a lot of that in the summer. And again, we coordinated that all with local officials. We were able to do a lot of line drilling in an effort to try to minimize the amount of blasting that we had to do with that particular project there. There was pre and post inspections, as well as an independent third-party seismologist to keep track of all of the blow counts, things like that. And John will dive into that a little bit more on subsequent slides moving up. Most importantly on this project, the project came in under budget. We were able to give money back. We had a lot of contingencies that all went back. We were able to do that with managing and providing a soil management plan. That was a big key to that site. Also, we all generated and created unit prices for both mass and trench rock, and being able to estimate sizes for boulders there. We had a lot of experience going into that project and after that project as well. So those were some similarities between, again, New London and the jobs up there.
All right, thanks, Brad. I want to touch on our pre-construction phase. As I start to lead the team, the first thing we like to tackle and we get involved in is our pre-construction phase. And our first challenge is going to be managing the budget. There's a lot of different challenges that we embark on in the construction project. But I want to tell you that the confidence that we have in the Aalborg Downs team to manage and provide solutions. And number one, partner with this committee to resolve challenges and provide solutions during our pre-construction phase to maintain the overall design intent, maintain the design, the program for this building comes with managing the budget, the cost control, and the accuracy. That's our number one priority as we embark on this project. I just want to touch on the accuracy real quick before we dive into the budget. We pride ourselves on the accuracy. It comes with our knowledge of the market, the pulse of the market that we continue to maintain with the trends that are going on, recent bid results, and a substantial amount of historical data that we will use to maintain the budget accuracy throughout each phase of this budget, because at bid day, we are confident that we are gonna bring this project in well within budget so that we can hit the ground running. Right now, I'm gonna turn it over to Dave because we have some information we want to drill down into the overall budget.
Thanks, Tom. So as Tom mentioned, a lot of what we do on the conceptual side is we rely on our historical cost database. We keep track of trends on all the projects that we build, certainly, and then any other projects that we gain knowledge on from the outside source. So when we talked about putting this conceptual budget together to sort of make a check and a balance as to where we are with your budget, Glenn and I got together, utilizing both the resources of our estimating department, our historical cost data, and we sort of went through both of your projects. So right now, we're showing that the hard cost of construction is right around $148 million. And I would tell you that within that, we have contingencies for design and estimating, construction, escalation. So there are monies built in to make up that deficit to get back down to the $140 million target that we're talking about. I guess my point is that we have looked at your sites, we've looked at your buildings, we've looked at all the information that we can gather, and we're confident that we can bring these projects in on budget.
So I want to touch a little bit about constructability reviews. Each phase of the design process, we will provide detailed constructability reviews. We'll kind of approach this as like an integrated design approach. Part of our constructability reviews is going to be in an effort to look at the details, make sure that they make sense, they're constructible, they're cost effective. Again, all of that is in an approach to not affect program. We want to build your building without affecting the overall program. The constructability reviews go a little bit farther into reviewing the overall project schedule. Can we build this building faster? Can we take advantage of summers, eliminate some winters, eliminate some enabling? Do we have the right materials specified for your project? Is it the right environment? Is it the right temperature? That information is an integrated approach. We will engage the entire team. We will have live documents where we will be able to communicate that throughout the whole team. But most importantly, what we want to do is, as your construction manager, we want to capture your architect's intent. Okay, so we want to translate that intent into the documents because we understand our role. And our role is to provide that last bit of information to have a complete set of construction documents. A complete set of construction documents, no holes or gaps in your trade contractor scopes of work equals no change orders. And that's what we're striving for, to mitigate and eliminate those change orders. During our constructability review, you see some material lead time items up there. I touched on that a little bit earlier. Some strategic approaches that we've had with that, I just want to give you 2 examples. We've analyzed switchgear. The electrical components have been ridiculous in our industry, but we've looked at some options. We've leaned on our trade partners. We've leaned on manufacturers. We've come up with a panelized switchgear. It reduced the lead time by half. Not only did it reduce the lead time by half, but it saved money. And not only saved money on the actual equipment for the electrician, but it saved money on the feeders for the rooftop units, light fixtures. So it was a benefit overall to the project. That needs to be discussed early on so the design team is on board and we make sure that that approach works. Brad mentioned the soils management program. Every project, we have a soils management program. That is brought up very early on. We want to make sure that we characterize the site so that we can live load materials if there's any contaminants, urban fill, things that need to be coordinated. One of our projects in New London, brand new community center, it was a substantial export. Well, we coordinated with our design team and we worked it so that it was a balanced site. All the material actually went under the building, some of it contaminated. We eliminated all of the cost to export contaminated material. But that needed to be coordinated very early on in the project because grades, design, everybody needed to be on the same page. And that's the level of involvement and dedication that our team will have for your project. Oops.
So Glenn and Dave have been talking about our 100 years of collective combined experience, and some of the main values of that experience are we bring a library of lessons learned to every project. We're adept at listening to you, and we're adept at incorporating value adds into every single project. One of the ways value adds is choosing by advantage versus VE, and I think that's something we're touching on. We're trying to not take away, we're trying to add every step of the way. On a previous design build project, Glenn successfully introduced a pre-engineered building to overcome some budget and schedule constraints. Several years later, we used a similar approach in South Kingston and with a project that we just finished with Downs at Lincoln for the PEC building. And a year later, they both had award-winning buildings with some nice to have added that they didn't think they could include in the project. We're recommending this approach where appropriate on these two projects. Thank you.
I'd like to touch upon a couple things as it relates to scheduled drivers. As always, we'll be ready to hit the ground running and achieving all the milestones set forth on the project. Many of the ways that we'll be able to do this is with the creation of these early bid packages that we've touched upon so far. Mainly a site enabling package, which has been critical, a very good item for us to be able to to get ahead on some things. Concrete, as it relates to rebar, and the pre-detailing of rebar, and turning essentially approved rebar shop drawings over to the concrete subcontractor upon award. That saves a lot of time. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing equipment. I know Tom already touched on a lot of those things and creating early packages and making sure we have the drawings to the point where we need them so that we can start issuing some documents and get some bids going for MEP equipment. Steel, again, another item for pre-detailing is a big thing. And then, of course, self-performance with the Allborg Downs joint venture there, we have the ability to manage a lot of the activities and durations with the abilities to be able to self-perform on the project. Touching on the bidding and procurement, we like to create a specification matrix essentially in the beginning. So we have every single spec from the design team listed, and we have a bid package assigned to each one of those specifications. Spend a lot of time doing that throughout the different phases there. And from there, we'll essentially start matching up and creating the minority and women business set aside packages there, curtail packages, so that we make sure that we have the coverage for the certain specification sections there. And just bid coverage is a big item for us. We always strive to make sure we have that bid coverage. As an example, down in New London there, we had 7-8 bids for the major packages, the site work, mechanical, electrical, plumbing packages there. We have plenty of coverage. Everybody wants to be able to bid to us there. So again, that's a major item for us to make sure that we have coverage and we don't have those 1 bid, 2 bid type packages set up. I'll let Brian discuss a couple of more bullets that are up on the screen for you all.
Sure. So holding subs accountable to budget and schedule so all the subs can maximize workforce efficiencies is one of the things that binds us together. And it's one of the things that makes us successful as general contractors. We understand that the way they make money is by us keeping everyone on schedule, not just an individual sub. We have 2 fully staffed offices in Warwick, which we think gives us a real competitive advantage. They're focused on both of these high schools. We're going to maximize the ability to get competitive pricing, as Brad said. That's another value add versus value engineer strategy, which we push constantly. Because of our experience with our major subcontractors' contributions to design and constructability, we will work with the A&E to create design build packages to get mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and building envelope similar to early bid packages to eliminate the need for VE to get to GMP. The earlier I've qualified and competitive costs for major scopes of work, the earlier we can identify potential costs that are under or over initial estimates. And that's critical because we can free up potential monies for nice to haves, or we can quantify available funds for spending on other scopes of work. Thank you.
Okay, I want to talk about some of the safety and quality controls that we have in place. Again, John Fraioli. Our safety and logistics planning starts early on in pre-construction. In fact, we've already started. You'll hear more from Tom and Jude when we get into that. Keep in mind, that's our first pass at it. We have to start somewhere with our approach. This actual, the logistics and safety planning is a totally integrated approach with all stakeholders, design team, educators, the committee, police department, fire department, and it'll evolve and develop over time. But we have to start somewhere, and when you hear our team talk about a perimeter fence, keep in mind, the fences on our project are constructed like permanent fences. Our specification is an 8-foot high fence, top rail, bottom rail. You don't even know there's construction going on within it with a decorative string. Our pre-planning also goes into like pre-excavation and rock removal, right? It's not just rock removal. We know that Colgate has rock. There's no, no surprise there, all right? But also excavation. Even at Pilgrim, you have to be concerned with vibration, especially in a densely populated residential area, right? So we do our homework ahead of time. So prior to doing any work, we do video and visual surveys of the area, all the surrounding properties. All right, we make a foolproof. So when someone calls us and said my chimney fell off my house, it's like, well, it's too bad. We haven't even started working yet. All right, so we do that ahead of time. So we do these surveys, and it's to protect us as a team and protect everyone around us. And as Brad mentioned, seismographs. While we're performing our work, we'll have seismologists out there with seismograph machines. We'll be measuring the vibration at the property line to make sure that we're in compliance. And that goes with, even just like, we'll actually take some test runs. We'll bring some excavators and some rollers and just roll them on the ground out there to measure it well before we even start working. So all that work that goes into place is beneficial later. So we eliminate all the surprises, as Tom mentioned. Fill in the holes in the scope. Something as simple as, missing 300 lineal feet of fence or a couple of gates could be a big item. All right, so we make sure that we have that all included. All right, and then hand in hand with the vibration and monitoring is our good neighbor policy. All right, every project we do, we perform our good neighbor policy. All right, so prior to starting the project, once our logistics are set and everyone's bought into it and it's a document, we will invite all of the abutting neighbors and property owners to the schools, and we'll have a seminar. We'll explain what the project is, right? When we're going to start, what the working hours are, what the project's going to look like. We'll include the design team. We like to put some renditions up so everyone can get some excitement about the project, but mostly take their considerations and comments into concern and let them know how we're going to protect their property. How we're gonna protect dust from getting in their swimming pools and getting on their cars and the noise and provide them with phone numbers where they could actually call and someone will pick up the phone if they think they saw a construction vehicle going too fast or a piece of paper blew into their yard. So all those things to put everyone's mind at ease. And then we bring it to the school staff and the faculty. All right, everyone's excited about getting a new school. All right, but when you boil down to the educators, they really want to know, how are you going to maintain a conducive learning environment on my site so I can teach my students? All right, and we're going to take those considerations into account, answer all those questions, and they'll know exactly what's going to happen prior to anything starting, so there's no surprises. So it's all being inclusive with everyone, the whole team. And then, as Tom mentioned, school security and background, we have a program that's second to none. I'm so passionate about these next two programs. I can talk in great detail to these, but 10 years ago, post Sandy Hook tragedy, we took a look at our school security program. Even though that didn't happen on a construction project, we said, how easy would it be for someone to get into a school site being a construction worker? All right, so we really bumped that up. It far exceeds all of the state requirements. We have monitors on site. We know who's going to be on site, and more importantly, that they're authorized to be on site, and we have monitors to ensure that. And then our occupied school campus vehicle policy. We have a policy in place that's second to none. We look at your schedule. So when your school bus and parent drop-off pickup times are, there is no construction traffic moving about the site. All right, our gates are closed. There's a monitor standing in front of the gate. Once the all clear is given, the gate's going to open again. If there is a vehicle that's en route to the job site, they're parked down the street at Walmart or somewhere waiting for the all clear. Same thing if someone's ready to leave. School bus and parent drop off, there's no confusion between integrating traffic, so there's no concerns there. And that's all written into the scopes of work. Everyone has to abide by it. And you know, when we drill down into this project, we feel that there's some opportunities to probably shorten the schedule a little bit on duration. So that would be, you know, forthcoming. Thank you.
Tom Romanello again. My part of this is logistics for the toll gate project. Before I begin, I want you all to know it's preliminary, it's not cast in stone. I will guarantee you, as more information evolves and is handed to us, it will change. But the concept remains the same, to separate our activities from the school's activities so that the students and staff can function as they normally do. So on the toll gate project, I must tell you, you have a very unique site. I was truly impressed with your own entrance and veins of roads that branch off to different elevations and areas. We do know that the elevation changes and the rock, as John mentioned, is gonna have to be blasted. But for now, I would rather talk about any concerns about blasting in Q&A, okay? So as John mentioned, we isolated the project that we need with our security fence. We installed 2 gates, our main entrance and an emergency egress entrance. We've isolated the drum rock building so that it still can be used. And we created a small parking lot for them to, while we're building the new school. Once the new school is constructed and we move into phase 2, we're gonna make a little temporary bus loop so you have access to the school, and we will do the same thing. We're gonna separate the old school from the new school, so there's complete separation, and the process starts all over again. So once the building is abated, you then move to doing your fields, your parking lots, and turn the building over. I will tell you that John talked about communication. My past experience is it's one of the key elements for success on this project or any occupied school. By chance, is the principal to Tollgate here? Oh, there you are.
Here I am.
So I will make myself available to you anytime needed. You and your immediate faculty, we can sit down in the morning, I'll review my schedule, we can review yours. I also urge you, okay, it works very well, to let me have a school radio, okay? It could be as simple as a scheduled fire drill, as complicated as a medical emergency, or as serious as a lockdown. If there's instant communication, we all can react together.
Hello again, Jude Fairbanks. I'm gonna stand over here so I don't block everybody. I'm gonna be the superintendent at Pilgrim High School. Pilgrim High School has some very positives there. It's a very relatively flat area. As you see, I am in the urban area surrounded by neighbors on 3 to 4 sides. So I chose the laydown area to be the football field, which I actually played on that field in high school. I know the neighbors don't like the field. I know they don't like the band. I know they don't like the noise. I know they don't like the lights. So by using this as my laydown area, I keep this as the quiet area. My construction entrances are here, where we're building a new footprint of the building that you see here. Another good part about this, I did review the geotechnical plan. This is shallow footings, spread footings. There's not much excavating, so I can fast track excavating, which fast tracks foundations, the steel up sooner, which gets your building faster, saves cost. We move on to phase 2. Phase 2, demolition of the school, you can see as John and Tom touched upon, I'm not gonna regurgitate what they said about safety and fencing. You can see I've shown there's 2 entrances here on Pilgrim Parkway. An estimate of where your building is and what the new parking would be. I'll coordinate the removal of the demolition of Pilgrim High School with your schedule of school drop off, pickup. You can see this drop-in, gives you an idea of the athletic complex, the hardscape of the new area, entries in off of Pilgrim Avenue. The biggest coordination is dust and noise control during demolition. There'll be constant water trucks, constant fire hoses on demolition, and coordinating my trucking of demo materials out with the school schedule. I'll pass it on to Brian and Brad.
Yeah. All right, so, me again.
Oh, sorry, John, wrong guy.
No problem. So, Tom had mentioned a similar project, Wyndham High School, which is right now about 80% complete, will be done in a few months, but there are a lot of similarities here. And I talked about the logistics plan, so you saw our first pass was kind of a cartoonish looking logistics plan, because we have to start somewhere. But it will evolve into this. This is our typical standard, logistics plan that becomes part of the contract documents with the design team. So there's no surprises. We know where the portable toilets are going, where the Connex boxes are going, what entrances are gonna be changed from phase 1, phase 2. It's all spelled out in advance. And this is a drone shot of that school right now. And some of the similarities are, although this was, we put a couple additions on, and it was an occupied renovation, so extremely difficult project, which we do a lot of. This had rock removal. Fortunately, with the extent of rock there, we were able to remove it without blasting, with the least amount of disruption. It has quite a sports complex to it. In fact, we were able to turn over the turf football field earlier so that the school could have it for their beneficial use. And we changed our logistics around. Once we got into the schedule, realizing we could turn that over so that we can get safe access back and forth for the students and the staff so they can use it while we're building the rest of the tennis courts, softball, and baseball fields. Thank you.
Again, as your senior project manager, one of my major responsibilities is to provide open and transparent communication with the city of Warwick. Making sure, again, open communication with you, the stakeholders. One of the major reasons we've been successful at this is with the issuance of a monthly report. In that monthly report, you'll see an executive summary there, giving you a budget snapshot. It'll show you owner contingency, CM contingency, and just give you the overall status and health of the project as it stands during that month there. That monthly report also includes photos, an updated schedule monthly, submittals, RFI logs, MWB tracking status reports, certified payroll information there. Again, gives you everything that you need to see in addition to Procore, which is another software that we use for project management. Schedule adherence is a major item. Of course, being able to be a part of creating the RFP schedule, updating that schedule through pre-construction along with our team. It's very crucial to have your senior PM be a part of that phase there and being able to update that schedule as the project goes on. Budget management, another item. Again, I'm responsible for solely. You'll have an updated budget report. Change event, updated log every month there, so I'm keeping track of everything within the construction budget for the project and facilities management support. All the projects that we do, be it schools, municipal buildings, what have you, we've gone back at the request of those owners, municipalities, school districts, what have you. They've changed a facilities person, they have a new facilities team. We've gone back and we've actually provided retraining for those facilities there, making sure, again, their O&Ms were all turned over and updated. We've always only been a phone call away, well after the project's been completed, as a matter of fact. If somebody's having an issue with warranty callbacks on certain components that carry above and beyond 18-month warranties for the project there, we'll certainly be a part of that. One item I'd like to also touch upon is the use of Slate Pages. And what it is it's actually a card with a QR code. You have a QR code that is actually labeled on a piece of equipment there, and that will actually give you the maintenance information. It'll actually show you the operation and maintenance manuals, the training, all of the maintenance up to that point there, and it's a very simple QR code on that. You can see that on your phone, tablet, computer, what have you there, and it could be curtailed to custom solutions to whatever the district would like to see. It could be everything for every single piece of equipment, or it could just be certain selected pieces of equipment there. Very useful tool for facilities department. Thank you.
Okay, and as we mentioned, Nicole DeMayo is unable to be here today, but Nicole and I do this together. This is the fun part of our project, of our work actually. We are constantly in schools around the region, primarily middle schools and high schools, sometimes elementary schools. Our goal is to plant the seed and make students aware of the opportunities in construction. Someone says construction, there's 25 different career opportunities in here. We explain which ones require apprenticeship, which ones don't, which ones require college education. Our goal is to make sure all students are career ready and college ready equally. All right, so they have a goal, they have a plan after school. We have a shadowing program, right, where we usually work with tech ed departments, but actually some schools open it up to the whole school. And her students are actually interested, they'll shadow our people, sometimes in the office if they're thinking of project management or design team, or in the field if they're interested in the trades, they'll shadow our superintendents. I'm also on the advisory board for Building Futures. That school project we showed you at Wyndham High School, they opened that enrollment up to the whole school. We cycled 60 students through our shadowing program, and 15 of them have successfully gone on and are enrolled in certified apprentice programs with carpenters, plumbing, mechanical, and electrical unions. So it's a success. Thank you.
Well, thank you. With that, we'd like to open it up to the Q&A.
Questions from anybody? Feel free. Tom? You always have a question.
Yeah, I do.
I got one too, and I'll go last.
Do you think a PLA limits the amount of subcontractors you could potentially use on a project?
I do not. I do not. I think that because of the size and scope of these projects, I think that the majority of the subcontractors that will be interested in these jobs far and away outweigh, the open shop that would chase projects like this. And keep in mind that and we've done, I think, close to 30 PLA projects. So we've negotiated the PLA agreements on a number of occasions. I think there are some things that we really want to make sure that we carve out. We've done it here in Rhode Island many times. But I do think that the PLA allows for any subcontractor to sign a one-time job agreement if they so choose. It's not exclusive. So I think because of the size and magnitude of these projects, I think we'll get a lot of support, far more support with the PLA than without it.
Dave, you mentioned self-performance. What, do you have any idea what you'd be thinking about and where or what packages might you use that at? And are you capable of staffing self-performance?
We are.
Your own group.
We are, as it relates to carpenters and laborers. We are not going to go after the concrete. We're not going to go after the site work. But when it comes to carpentry, finished carpentry, any of the labors, any of the safety work, any of that, we certainly can self-perform.
You can, but do you intend on it?
We would intend on competing for that, yes.
And in addition to that, the component that we typically would look to self-perform usually happens at a point in the job where it allows us to control and to drive the schedule and to provide a high level of finishes at the end of the project, including closeout. I know that is always very important, and punch list, because we are on site with labor staff.
So follow up to that, when you do self-perform for those trades, do you receive subcontractor participation when they know they're going up against your own self-perform group?
We have, yes. We recently did a courthouse project, and I think we received, in addition to our own bids, we received 3 other bids in our trades, and we were able to save about $800,000 in those packages. So.
One,
Oh, go ahead, Chris.
no,
Sure.
Are you sure? Go ahead.
no, I lost it. Sorry, I'll come back, thank you.
As you see, this is a joint venture amongst both companies. Do you have any concern that after the construction is finished and situations arise at different schools, who is it that we go to, and what would be your follow-up in terms of things that may come up after construction has been finished?
Okay, first, no concern about that as it relates to joint venture. We've done 6 joint venture projects. We did a $130 million high school in
Good morning, Oakland Beach students
You'll get this time back.
and friends upstairs. Today is Friday, April 5th. Please stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing and think about making positive choices today. The Sea Star Pledge.
you.
All of that.
Good luck, by the way. Yeah, good luck, okay. So I just want to continue on with that. As I mentioned, we've done 6 joint ventures, some very large projects. But I would also say that the staff that is dedicated to these projects will remain. Brad, I think, has been with us for 17 or 18 years. Brian has been with Allberg. Collectively, our 2 firms, I think Allberg has been in business for about 100 years. Downs has been in business for 90 years. We're not going anywhere. So the people that are assigned to this project would be your first call if something needed to be looked on. And if that response, for whatever reason, if they weren't available, you can go right to Tom Romanoli, John Fraioli, myself, and Glenn.
Thank you.
That was
Just owns your
a couple of my statements or questions. If there's been a lot of concern amongst the committee about what happens if there's a problem during the construction. How close is it to get somebody to the job? I know you were based in Connecticut, you know,
Yes.
that's a
Within our,
given. And I know Glenn's really close, but you're not the go-to people. It's more the superintendent and
Yeah.
whatever leadership that are on site that have to get to the job quickly.
in our project plan, we have a plan for local housing for our people. So they will be here in the city of Warwick during the construction of these projects.
And there's one other hypothetical question. We've got 2 schools here, 2 projects, supposedly totally different. What is your feeling about doing one and not the other, or are you strictly locked into doing both or not?
No, we're perfectly open to doing one or the other, or both.
Do you have a preference?
I don't. I don't think so.
Okay, just, it's been a discussion, so I'm
Sure.
trying to get a feel for the
No,
contract.
we're perfectly acceptable.
Further, I'm a full-time Rhode Island resident, live right in South County.
Well, Rhode Island's a big city,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm close by, just to let you know.
Superintendent, do you have a question?
Yes. How do you handle conflicts or disagreements that may arise during the project?
So I think that starts with our pre-construction effort and making sure that we build the job on paper. And we kind of touched on a lot of the levels that we go into of holding our sub-trades accountable, and that starts in the trade subcontractor scopes of work, the the scope reviews, our contract, and then our project team plans ahead. So proper planning and communication is our first level of mitigation of conflict and issues that arise. We believe that we do have a very strong scope of work. We have a strong contract that we rely on. That contract is kind of the rules of the road, and we want to make sure that when we make a presentation for our guaranteed maximum price, that we present the lowest responsible bidders for every particular trade, and that if conflict does arise, we want to mitigate it quickly. We'll engage the necessary resource from our All Board Downs team to help resolve that. We would instill principal meetings if necessary with the subcontractor trades and the firms to resolve issues. But the most important thing to resolving them is in the planning stages, to acknowledge conflict before it impacts the schedule of the budget. And that's kind of what we pride ourselves on. You saw a slide on the pool planning session with the post-its on the wall. That gets the buy-in from the people on the ground, the boots on the ground. And when you do that enough in advance, you will flush out issues and conflict, and we will resolve those. We have never been in litigation, which is a tribute to the work ethic and the personnel with both of our companies, because we resolve those issues on site with the project personnel to deliver this successful project.
And I would just add that in our 90-year history, we have never once been involved in litigation. Never once has a downed employee been in court, raised their right hand, and been sworn in by a judge. That's a testament to how we resolve conflicts. I sense that your question was more about minor on the job conflicts and not legal conflicts, but I thought I would say that.
Mr. Kraft?
Yeah, my question relates to, the athletic facilities at either school and how they might potentially be compromised for use. How does that change, if at all, whether you construct both schools at once or one versus the other?
Well, our goal at Tollgate was to develop the phase one. Right, right there. So our goal here for Tollgate, for instance, right, is to develop all this area, including the parking and whatever sports fields we can. And instead of taking this whole site, right, and we know that we can't develop the football field and track, in this phase, but we're giving you as much space as possible so that we're not just shutting you down saying you don't have any outdoor space. So when we turn over phase one and the school is ready for you to occupy for your use, you have the fields that were proposed for there while we're developing the football field and the track. So you have something there. Now, as it relates to Pilgrim, that's a little more challenging because your school is right there. However, there may be some opportunities, to do some early stuff in the back, but I know that school probably has to go away before we can really develop that sports complex. So we took that into consideration. We're trying to give you as much real estate while we're doing construction and turn over as much usable space as possible.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up? In your presentation, did you say at the Tollgate site you were keeping the Drum Rock building?
Well, our intent was to, so we thought that you needed the Drum Rock to remain as part of your curriculum and your operation. So what we thought here was, this is our best way at the top of the road to access. Well, we don't want to access that while you've got parking in there and people walking back and forth. So what we would do is you've got a big area right here. Now, yeah, it goes down and there's a drainage there, but we would raise up with a catch basin, fill that in for a temporary parking lot. And the parking that goes there would go out here in front now. Right now, we can take that area and we can put our construction field offices there and some limited parking. So we can start from the ground, right, day one. We've got a place to work out of. And we would put a fence. You can see this blue fence. It's hard to see there, but that's 6 or 8 feet around the building. So you always have access and egress in and out of that building in case of emergencies. So we would have the safe access. And then again, during your school drop-off pickup times, those gates are closed, so there's no concern, there's no construction traffic. But that allows us to get into the site with the least amount of disruption and the least amount of integration between, staff or students parking.
Mr. Bell?
Is Tollgate gonna incur significantly more costs initially because of the layout?
Well, there are challenges there with elevations and, I would say, quite possibly, just because of the elevations and the ground surface. There's rock there, there's no surprise there. And we've looked at this from approach, we've looked at it from all different angles, we always try to approach it without having to go through school property. Look how close we are to other areas. It's like you can reach out and touch it, but you just can't get to it. Right? We drove this place, we looked at it, we spent weeks on this. Just like, can we get through some private property, make a temporary road, get up into here without even going on your access road at all? It's just really not physically, possible. We looked at coming around the middle school, through tennis courts, that wasn't really feasible either. But we looked at it every option, so we've put some time into this already.
So if there's some additional costs there, we think we can look at the schedule and we can make some reductions in the overall schedule. And we also want to pay very close attention to the timing of the seasons to minimize a lot of the enabling stuff that is not necessarily part of the program. That's part of our pre-construction effort when we start developing the schedule. We don't want to spend a lot of money on enclosures, temporary protection, winter conditions, heating of water for masonry, and all that other stuff that really doesn't really go into your program and into your bricks and mortar. So if there's some things that are starting to get out of balance there's other strategies that we can use to kind of wrangle that cost back in on another side of the project.
But at the end of the day, do you think you can still allocate the same amount of resources between the two buildings?
Yes.
Question? Mr. Zucco. You had spoke about, testing, seismic testing.
Yes.
Does that end at the property line or begin at the property line?
Yeah, at the property line, begins at the property line. So
Okay.
we would actually take it one step further. We would go into the neighborhood. Like for instance, if you look at
What's the radius?
Pilgrim, what we would use, we would go by we would hire geological survey people and we go by their recommendations. But like Everett, we go into this neighborhood, Benbridge, we would put seismographs on their stoops. Okay,
Right.
all right, so that we know that we're beyond our property line. Okay, we don't want to just put up our hand and say, oh, we're good at the property line. We want to know what the effect is in their neighborhood, so that we want to do the right thing for the community.
I have a follow-up.
Yep.
Tollgate is close to Baldwin Road, where across the street on Baldwin Road, there's two large capacity water tanks, city water, plus major transmission lines.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Okay, so you're aware of that. Will you do seismic testing there?
Yes, especially if there's a rock removal happening. Correct. Yep. Yeah, we'll take all that into consideration and the businesses down below.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was in Smithfield when the crossings was built, and that's nothing but ledge, and we've had wells fail a mile away.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I was asking what the radius is,
Yeah.
especially at Tollgate.
Yeah, and we use blasting as a last resort. We can, there's other methods, fracturing and, like anything, that's last resort.
Okay.
All right.
I have a couple questions. So a couple quick ones first. Jude, you mentioned you were on the URI project. When does that wrap up?
That'll wrap up summer 25.
Okay, Tom, you had mentioned you had a project where there were contaminated soils that were removed and that the cost didn't come back to the owner. Can you describe how?
Well, we were able to raise the grades. We raised the building. It was actually in a flood zone, so it actually solved a lot of different issues. And we were able to utilize the fill underneath the building to a large extent. When we raised the grades, there was a criteria for the soils that it needed, I think it was 3 or 4 foot cover. So we were able to find areas where we coordinated the fill in those particular locations. And then we actually raised the playing field up a little bit and built a very small wall around it and made it almost like a feature of the project. So there was a lot of strategic planning that went into that with, doing some cuts and fills takeoffs, reviewing those with the engineer. We actually had to go farther than that because of the flood management certificate and the Department of Environmental Protections with adjusting grades. So we got all the necessary local approvals with that as well.
In these preliminary budgets, do these costs include demo of the existing and the field work?
Yes,
They do.
yes.
Question?
I have two more.
Yeah, go over it. I didn't know. if you-
As far as procurement, if you were to, this is like kind of a two-part, if you were to have a combined approach and you were to get both schools, how would you manage the procurement process in sharing of subcontractors across the two project sites? And then the follow-up to that, if you only did one school, how would you rely on your relationships with subcontractors to ensure that you had adequate coverage on your site while the other construction management firm, maybe they have some of the same subcontractors are trying to sort of fight for that manpower on their site?
To answer the first part of the question, I think that starts with the scope review process, and we would kind of craft our bid form around that, because first we want to see if we can garner any cost benefit to having a subcontractor work on both. As our deliverable, in our bid process, we will ask for man-loaded schedules, we ask for hours. We will review that to make sure that they have capacity to do both jobs before we make that award. So the award would not be guaranteed for one subcontractor to have both jobs. We would need to provide that evaluation so that we were comfortable with it. And then we would have a level of coordination between the two. Maybe we institute some principal meetings as it relates to that, manpower meetings. But I think that it provides a lot of continuity with the procurement of wanting the items and materials, because we have kind of one voice going to, carrier, going to train. And once we solidify the delivery of a piece of equipment, we know we got both schools kind of locked down, and now we can track that. Maybe we institute a procurement person from our team that manages that procurement log and list. If in fact we have subs or the construction manager is not working on both projects, then I think we would institute a coordination meeting between both construction managers, albeit once every 2 weeks, once a month. I think we have to develop a cohesive relationship between our teams so that they're comfortable talking and communicating with one another, in addition to potentially having some principal meetings. At the start, we want to lay the ground rules, and we want to develop that relationship from day one.
Tom, I would just also add that we actually did that collectively at debate last year. We had that very exact same scenario. We were able to get together, brand different. We had ONG actually, who was a rival contractor on another project.
Yeah.
We brought them together on a meeting. We discussed exactly what you're talking about, worked it out, and we were able to deliver both projects on time.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
We do that extensively on the UConn campus, because there's so much extent, there's actually a monthly meeting amongst all the CMs, because we're sharing those contractors so we can coordinate.
Yeah, and we're happy to go, on some of our Connecticut jobs, we attend the monthly union meetings too, to coordinate manpower and just give them a heads up of what's coming down the pike, if drywall's gonna be kicking off, that type of thing.
Good, we're gonna cut down time, but go ahead, I don't want to stop you guys.
So just my last question, you touched on full planning a couple times in the presentation. Can you just describe to this group your full planning process?
So I'll give you a quick example of one we did for this, for Roar Public Schools for women. We had roughly 8 weeks to do almost $14 million worth of work. And we had 110 guys on site, it was hot, everybody was sweaty. So we anticipated all of that. And in our conference room, we have an all-glass conference room, we just covered the walls with big white paper. And we did a full planning session with every subcontractor, not just the major subs, but every sub. And we got buy-in at every single step of the way. And so, we were literally every day, people were saying, you're not gonna make it, you're not gonna make it, you're not gonna make it. And we had already planned out every scenario, gained out everything in that full planning session. And we were able to turn those projects over. And so that's one of the things that we will constantly bring to these projects, not just one full planning session, but every single time we have a schedule issue, we'll get everyone together and we'll resolve.
And same here, when we do that, we bring in the actual form too, we're actually in charge of the crew, so it's not just the project manager. So you have everyone's buy-in, everyone's input, so it's really successful.
Chris, did you have a question?
Just a follow-up to Matt's previous question. While we're under construction, it's anticipated that Pawtucket High School, Tiverton, or sorry, Middletown Middle School, South Kingstown High School, Baldwin Elementary School, will all be under construction. How can you leverage your relationships to make sure that Warwick gets their pick of subcontractors and you get the best price available?
Get it on the street faster. That's the key. With all the work that's coming up, key is to get through pre-construction as quickly and efficiently as we can, get it on the street and get those subcontractors committed early on.
I think our integrated approach from day one will provide the city of Warwick with the most attractive project because the trade market will know that it's properly planned. And I think somebody in our team mentioned that, you know, the subs want to work on a job where they know that it's well planned and they can make the profit that they want. Well, they know with the team that you have standing in front of you today.
Yeah, and Chris, that's why we also mentioned that design build approach to mechanical, electrical, plumbing, building envelope, because you're bringing those teams in earlier. And then they're going out onto the street to get 3 bids for all of their stuff. So that's one of the critical things that we've been pushing and continue to push.
Yeah, Brad did Brad, the London project that we did as a case study was a project labor agreement, and we had, what'd you say, 7 or 8 site contractors?
Yeah, similar to mechanical, electrical, yeah.
All of our major trades. I'm sorry.
Jen, if there are no more questions, I just want to wrap it up. We're a little over time, so.
Okay. Also, I just wanted to say, the other key is working closely with Steve and his group in developing early on those early bid packages. So we get those plans inspection ready, so we can get those out to bid, the projects on the street. So we would work closely with the AE team in developing them.
Okay.
I know
Sometimes you wanted a minute, right?
I know we're over our allotted
So
time.
please.
So I'll be very, very quick. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity. I encourage you to think about hiring a partner, not just a company. Hire the partner that's got really excellent school construction experience. We are school construction experts. We have negotiated about 30 PLAs in the recent past, so we're very familiar with that. And with that, I'll say thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
You want to plug? You good? All right. All right, thank you for, sign-in sheet? No, that's not necessary. No, sorry. I was outside, okay. All right, thank you. Next up on the agenda was Demio Construction, so their team, a large team is here. So at this point, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Paul Avalo, Vice President of Construction. Been with Demio 38 years, 25 in the current role. I've led the largest, most complex projects for us of $400 to $500 million on a single project, billions of dollars of work, but mostly focused on educational facilities. And about 7 projects were K through 12 through that process. 100% on-time performance, very proud of that. As far as my specific role for the project, I'll be directly overseeing the project, working with both teams, shoulder to shoulder. I'll be dedicating and allocating the resources for the project. I'll be leveraging the assets of the entire company to ensure the success of this project. Very important to us. I take on 2 primary projects. One currently is a Westfield High School down in Stamford, Connecticut. It's 470-some thousand square foot school there, high school. And then the other one would be this project. Enough about me. We'll talk about the agenda for a second. We'll be focused initially on the team. And through that, we'll be answering the questions that you all had. So through the team will be question 1, as we roll through all of our integrated design process in getting this project to budget and ensuring that, will be questions 2, along with our logistics and schedule process. We'll cover your questions 2 and 3. And then moving on into the closeout and the commissioning and the like, in our post-occupancy partnership, all coming together for that. So we're answering question 4 now. So without further ado, let's introduce the balance of the team and then get on to the specifics of the presentation.
Good morning. My name is Costa Bitsis. I would be serving as your project executive on the project. As you can see, I'm getting away, but I've been in the industry for 39 years, and I'm proud to say that for those 39 years, I've been with Demio Construction Company. My reputation in the industry says that I'm a leader. I have strong communication skills, and at the end of the day, I'm a builder. I'm passionate about building buildings. It's what I've been doing for almost 40 years this January. Our commitment to you, the committee, the stakeholders of Warwick, is that the Demio team will really work tirelessly to earn your trust and confidence, okay? To be a true partner, so that you know you have a true partner at your hip, one that shares your goals and visions of the project, will execute this project so that it exceeds your expectations. And our team will work diligently to build this job on time, on budget, safely, and with the highest of quality, so that it makes it difficult for you never to hire, to go back and make sure that you hire us again if you can. We're really passionate about this project. Thank you. James.
Good morning, everybody. I'm James Conkey, Senior Project Manager for the Tollgate High School project. Been with Demio my entire career. Most recently, proud to finish the Garden City Elementary School just next door in Cranston on time and within budget for the fall of last year. Monumental Elementary School, and currently working on the Providence College School of Nursing, School of Nursing and Health Sciences, which is a fast-paced 16-month build, world-class education facility. Other projects I've worked on range from $30 to $400 million in value. I'm an executor, an organizer, and will be 100% on-site and dedicated to the Tollgate project.
Good morning, everybody. Sean Tivy, Senior Superintendent for the Tollgate Project. I've been with Divio for 27 years now, 34 years in the industry. So over the last 20 years of my career, I've basically constructed a lot of large, complex projects throughout Connecticut and Rhode Island. One was the FM Global in Johnston, Rhode Island for the headquarters. The other one was Gateway Community College down in New Haven, Connecticut. Recently, I just completed a 12-story building, also life science in downtown New Haven. And then also the Citizens Bank new campus that you can see off of 295. I was the superintendent on that one. But what I bring to the table is you know, I'm a solid planner and a team leader. And that's what I do best, is to organize large groups and to build, you know, big projects. I was born and raised actually in West Warwick, Rhode Island, and lived in Kent County my whole life. I'm happy to be here and glad to actually build this project for you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jimmy Bendokis, Project Executive for Dimeo. I'm in the Pilgrim team. I've been a resident of Warwick for 32 years now. My children came up through the Warwick school system. My oldest son and his wife both graduated from Pilgrim. He is currently a firefighter in the city of Warwick. Through my 31 years at Dimeo, I've been very fortunate to have completed over 24 jobs right here in my own backyard. Some of the jobs included the occupied renovation of the MetLife facility, which is a 500,000 square foot facility on Route 2. Multiple projects at Kent County Hospital, including a vertical expansion over an active labor and delivery wing, as well as multiple projects at the Warwick Mall, including the mall rebuild after the devastating flood of 2010, just 14 years ago last week. During that time working in Warwick, I've worked a very good working relationship with Al's office and his team of inspectors, as well as that of the fire department. To this team, I bring strong leadership and communication skills and a great sense of community involvement in community.
Morning, I'm Mark Jakewith, be the Senior Project Manager for Pilgrim High School. Some of the projects that I'm very proud of, I worked on the URI College of Engineering project, which was the largest construction project in the history of URI. Also worked in occupied buildings, Women and Infants Hospital stuff, worked with Jimmy at MetLife. So understand the process of working in occupied spaces and tight spaces and that sort of thing. I'm born and raised in Warwick. Actually went to Pilgrim High School along with my two brothers and two sisters. We all graduated from Pilgrim High School. So I'm passionate about, you know, seeing this project come to fruition. I live 1.5 miles away from Pilgrim, live in Patuxent Village, so it's obviously going to be an easy commute for me. So you guys are saving gas money. I appreciate that. But truly, you know, think that this is a super important project and, you know, very passionate about getting this project and doing our best for the stakeholders of Warwick. I think it's going to be awesome. I'm super excited to be here.
You did vote to approve it, didn't you?
I did vote to approve it. I voted twice.
Good morning, Jason Negressi, Senior Superintendent. I also voted for it. 24 years experience in the industry. I've worked a total of over 30 K-12 RIDE funded projects in the state of Rhode Island. Two of the most notable ones up on the board, Providence Career Technical School in Providence and East Providence High School as well. I live in Warwick. I'm a little further drive. I'm about 8 minutes away. So I also have two kids that are also in the public school system in Rhode Island. So I'm a strong supporter of all this continued work, new builds, renovations in the state. Hope to continue that in Rhode Island, over in Warwick with you.
Good morning, John Peterson. I'm going to be the MEP superintendent on both projects. I've got 32 years in the business, 5 with Dimeo. My background's a little bit different. I actually worked in power plants. I've not only operated and maintained these facilities, but I've also built them, obviously. Just passionate about, you know, having the opportunity to work here. I'm currently working at Doherty High School in Worcester. It's a 425,000 square foot high school with a $63 million MEP package. So again, happy to work here. Appreciate it.
Morning, my name is Hannah Loftus. I will be the site safety engineer for both projects. I'm currently on 3 projects, with 2 of them being active schools, Rhode Island College and Meeting Street School. With that, I've been able to build connections with not only the team members, but the staff and the students on site.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan O'Connell. Been with Dimeo for 17 years. I'm the Vice President of Estimating.
So I've worked in a lot of different disciplines in Demio, from the purchasing side, estimating side, to the field side, with the majority of that experience in the public world, specifically K through 12 education facilities. Very familiar with the public process. Really excited for these jobs. I lived in Warwick for about 10 years. Had a few kids growing up in the area before we had to leave because the house was too small. But love the area and really excited over these two jobs.
Good morning, I'm Kristen Farley. I am the senior estimator that is assigned to both of the projects. Over my 26 years of doing work in this industry, I work on a lot of complex and large projects on occupied campuses, as well as I have worked with everybody on this Demio team a lot, because the way that pre-construction works with operations is that it's hand in hand from the very beginning. So we're really well versed in dealing with all of our team.
Good morning. My name is Bob Kunz. I'm the Corporate Safety Director. I've lived in Warwick in Pawtucket Village since 1991 with my wife. I have two children that graduated from Pilgrim High School in 2012 and 2015. I've served the community as the chair of the Warwick Historic District Commission. I bring a unique perspective to this project. I spent the first 17 years of my career on the civil construction side, developing sites, managing utility installations, so I'm very familiar with rock removal. And then over the last 17 years, I've been involved in all of our complex projects. I can tell you that I'm completely committed to this project. I not only voted for it, but I'm available 24/7 to support its success.
Hello, everybody. I'm Brad DeMio. I'm chairman of DeMio Construction Company, and I'm thrilled to be before you today. This is a really exciting project that you all have ahead, and you're ahead of the curve in terms of, as you all know, in terms of all these projects that are coming up that are just hitting the streets, so to speak. I got to applaud you all to be ahead of the curve and to do something great for this community. I was born and raised in this community. My grandparents bought Mashawina Drive in Governor Prentice Farm back in 1951. My parents bought in Coesit in 1960, and so we've been lifelong invested in this community, and it's wonderful to see you all pushing everything forward that you want to do for the kids of this community going forward. As a company, we've been fortunate to and proud about a lot of great work that we've done in this state and beyond. And we do a lot of large scale assignments, and our team is really known as somebody that can perform well, to hit milestones from a cost and schedule standpoint and a quality standpoint, ultimately having buildings stand the test of time and work for communities for years and years and years, decades and decades and decades. So our culture is very focused on mission critical projects, if you will, that are totally focused on budget and schedule. And our company's become known for the last 15 years or so as really the go-to guys to get projects done on time and on budget and at a quality level that exceeds people's expectations. So we're committed to not only perform well, but we got a great team here today. We're really allowed this team to dig into the specifics of the presentation. I'll have some closing comments near the end. Paul, take it away.
Thank you. Just quickly on I'd like to just address the availability and capacity of the team. And the individual that's responsible to assign all of the resources for operations within Demio, I can absolutely assure you, this is the teams for each of the projects. There will be no transitioning. This is the teams. So we just want to make sure that that's well understood. Secondly, each team member that have chosen to be on the project has been handpicked. They've been handpicked based on their successes over many years that we've worked together on projects, not only on K-12. I think it's important to have diversity with the group. There's the K-12 experience for sure. There's the local experience, very important. But then you look at the skill sets and what they've all come up through has been building world-class, state-of-the-art classrooms, athletics, performing arts centers, STEM teaching and research laboratories, and also healthcare teaching facilities. All of these resources and experiences combined to make one great team. But that's only a part of it. When I look at putting together a team, I look to see what is going to be unique to really drive past just those skill sets. And when you look at some of the intangibles for this team, clearly they have a personal commitment because their dedication to the community and to Warwick itself. They can't wait to show their expertise and drive the success of this project. Some teams look great on paper. This group not only ticks that, but it also ticks that purpose. They're here for a purpose. And I don't want to sound silly because I'm not a sales guy. But to me, it's so important that the individuals come every day and they have a purpose for their family, for the community, and they are going to run through walls for this group. I can absolutely assure you that. They've demonstrated it for years. We have great chemistry within the group, and we're bringing all of that energy back to you, this team. That said, we'll turn it over and go through the,
So to try to get into some of the big picture things we got going on here, right? We got two major projects. One of the number one things that we need to do is work together as a team. That's Dimeo, the architects, engineers, Warwick community, the ownership groups, everybody to make sure that these are a success, right? When you look at the big picture, we've got a lot of information up here, but really the driving factor is within the next 27 days, we've got a ride submission going in for Tollgate. Pilgrim's already been in. We have to make sure that when we go in with that, we have the utmost certainty in the cost and making sure that we can get that cost and all the promises are met across the board. We got to make sure that we do that, right, without altering program, purpose, durability, or quality. So what we've done, which you can see in our write-up as well, we've kind of taken, when we first get the RFP in our hands, we take a big look at the projects, right? Broad scale. We take big quantity takeoffs. We take them, we compare them up against other projects that we have in Dimeo's wheelhouse that are similar in nature. Kind of break that down into a cost study. Now, this is not an estimate, it's a cost study. To say these are some comparables and this is where we're working from to try to see how we can hone in on these costs, where we can drive them down, and the best opportunities to make sure that we execute these with no more than $140 million for each one. So what we do from here is we take it to the next step, right? When you look at big picture for these jobs and trying to plan with where we are at the design, you kind of break into the buckets. You got structures, typically 50% of your overall. You got HVAC, electrical, MEP is really around 31%, structure at 15, envelope at 9. These are the big major buckets of the job that you could target without touching program at all, right? These are the real drivers to the overall cost. So what we've done as a team collectively over the past 4 weeks or so is really got into rooms, we sat down, we combed through all the information, we continue to work on that, and we've developed ideas and processes that could really drive these costs down. So there's going to be some geometric and spatial considerations to really hone in on these, as well as some other big picture ideas that the team's going to get into as a whole, but we're there to guarantee that these jobs will come in at the numbers that they have to come in at. So I'm going to turn that over to James and Sean to start going through some of the site aspects of it.
So one of the first things that we looked at as a cost-saving measure for the project, and we 100% recognize the sensitivity of the space, the functionality of it, is the Drum Rock School and the multi-phase demo and the occupancy that would be had during the new build as it's currently laid out. We do think that if we're able to find another functional space for the young adults who are in that school, in that program, and we're able to not come in and do selective demo of just the north wing, but demo the entire building and take away the relocation of the transformer, the utilities to that building, which would all be some major site work, including rock removal, which has a significant cost, along with multiple stages of logistics and fence relocations. We could save up to $500,000 there.
Now we get into the fun stuff. So, Tollgate, challenging site. It's a quarter the size as Citizens Bank, new campus, Jalen Johnson. If you were driving by during that time period when we were constructing that, it was a massive site job. This particular project, we looked at it, we took our in-house engineers, Curtis Rutullo, civil engineer professional. We looked at the base design, and then we looked at two other options. What happens if we just take the footprint of the building and move it within the site? So base design, you can see where our cuts and imports are. We're 80,000 yards of cut, imported about 103,000 yards. Then we actually picked up that footprint and we moved it. By doing that, we shift the position and we actually took out that lower level that's on the south side. And then, but what happened is you can see our cuts is 112 and our imports 100. Didn't really work. So, but then we looked at it again. These are only two options. There are many options to go forward. The third option, when you look at it, we basically took the building, we shifted a little bit, we left the lower level still in place, raised the foundation only a foot. That's it, nothing much. And then you can see how much our quantities drop. But if you really see, it's the savings. If we actually can get out there early, understand the actual ground and what it's doing and where the rock is, get some better borings, put this into our models. This is huge savings that can happen up front before the pen hits the paper. So it's something to really consider because it's also going to affect your retaining walls, your heights, your layout, not just for the building, but for the entire site. So the ultimate goal is to get the site to balance with the soil to be balanced. Nothing's leaving, nothing's coming in.
I'm sorry, I just can't see it. What is the savings value?
$1.5 million.
Oh, 1.5. Yep.
Recognizing we were trying to get the similar grades for the field and the level for the building, and understanding that I'm sure the A&E teams have a lot of passion about what they've done, so we recognize that they're great ideas to bring forward.
So over at the Pilgrim School, one of the key challenges that stuck out at us right away was the utility routing. So I'm sure you've all seen, you all know, all these existing utilities, which are shown highlighted here, run under the footprint of the new building. So that's an issue, right? So what that means to us is we'd have potentially an early enabling package where we would have to relocate all those utilities in order to be able to start construction on the school next March when we want to. We have a big electrical feed that comes into the existing school with 2 vaults or 2 manholes. There's a lot of work involved with rerouting that. You're involving utilities, you're involving inspectors, decommissioning, demolition of equipment and duct banks. A lot of time, weeks and weeks worth of work, a lot of money. One option we looked at, slightly relocating the school, taking the same footprint, same size, not compromising that, sliding it over to get it away from those utilities. That in itself, if it was a possibility, would save quite a bit of time and money for the project. The next slide, what we're trying to show here, it's a little busy, I understand, so I'll walk you through it. This is the new utilities for the new school. So similar to the existing school, the utilities for this new school come in off Pilgrim Parkway, up that narrow corridor between where the old existing building is and where the new building wants to be. And you have your head end or your main electrical room, main water room, main mechanical room on this northwest corner of the school. That's quite a ways away from Pilgrim Parkway. If there was an opportunity to potentially sit with the engineers and architects, do some flip-flop or reorganization, move some of those head-end rooms down to the south side of the site, over where the auditorium is, closer to Pilgrim Parkway, right away you shrink a lot of your utility runs, but more importantly, you eliminate this potential coordination nightmare of trying to run all new utilities down that narrow corridor while maintaining safe access for all the students, staff, faculty, etc.
One other option we looked at, just because we wanted to know in our own minds, we looked at the profile of the grades, because Pilgrim's an import site. We'll bring that grade up from that ball field up almost 4 feet. So we had Curtis run those numbers and take a look at that. And based upon the water tables, the silt sedimentation, that sort of thing, we agree that the engineers pretty much nailed this. So they're pretty much at the sweet spot. So we just wanted to confirm that in our own mind that this was a good starting point. So, there might be an opportunity for 6 inches or something like that, but there's nothing crazy there. So we just wanted to explore all options.
And the last option you see up on the screen, reducing temporary winter conditions and maximizing your envelope prior to winter. It's not a very complicated process. The idea is to start with some accelerated buyout, some early packages to get your steel, your foundations ordered early and all your key envelope packages. Start this envelope work instead of 12/1. Bring it back to 9/15, You save yourself 2.5 months worth of potential winter conditions, temporary heat, exposure to the elements. We want to avoid this, wrapping a building. We want to go towards this, which is your permanent envelope in place prior to the heavy winter work for winter time.
So as you see, we've all spent a lot of time working through all the different plans and narratives that were provided within the RFP documents. We spent a substantial amount of time also looking at the written narratives from the engineering staff for MEPs, structural, and those types of items. What we have found is that when we reviewed it, we actually would love to be able to confirm all of the quantities of the services that are being suggested for the building. We know that on the project that we're doing in Worcester right now, it is twice the size of the school and it's got half the amount of the electrical service coming in. So the narrative for these two particular schools is 2 4,000 amp services. We would like to be able to sit with the engineers, talk with them and the design team to see what is driving that, to see if there's a way that we can reduce that so that we do not have oversized systems that are not necessary for this project. But if it is necessary, then that is fine. We just want to make sure that everything on this school is right size. Same thing too with plumbing fixture ratios. Is there a way that we can manipulate the layouts a little bit so you can reduce the amount of plumbing fixtures and all of those associated costs? The other thing that we looked at is with all of the MEPs, if we were lucky enough to get both projects, is to work with all of the design teams and the engineers and sit down as a group and ensure that both the schools have the same manufacturers and systems listed for everything, because it'll create a better buy during procurement because you'll have more in bulk. And the other thing too is that in the future, your facilities department and your maintenance will be easier because everybody will have those two schools will have the same systems, so it will be better for you in the long run and your staff. The other stuff that we looked at is some of the structural items. We actually have done quite a few auditoriums and music theaters. We see that there is a structural CMU wall in these auditoriums. This costs time and money. Scheduling between the coordination between erecting this, being able to put the joists with the CMU, that is additional time, which is money. All of the other auditoriums that we have done recently are steel framed, cold form framing with, and it has the same acoustical values. Because with these values, you still need to put acoustical in them. So if you do a structural steel framing with cold form and drywall system, you will create a quicker and cheaper auditorium. In our cost model, we had based it on other schools which were 14 pounds a square foot. We noticed in the narrative for this one, we have 12 to 13 pounds per square foot referenced in the narrative from O'Day for this project. We carry 13 in our updated cost model, which is a savings of 217 tons between both schools. There could be potentially more because more of the school had 12 pounds, but we wanted to not show too big of a savings at this point until everything's all worked out and the design is complete. Envelope of these buildings. When we were looking at the buildings, one of the key factors that we look at is the square foot of the building to the ratio of the exterior walls. Pilgrim at this point is in line with what is industry standard. Tollgate right now has their ratio of exterior wall to the footprint is higher than what is typically normal, which if we can right size the building by getting rid of maybe some of these little notches and stuff and re-looking at some of the layout of the exterior walls, it could be a savings of $250,000 to this project. The biggest savings is going to be right sizing the building for the number of students. If you were to use the 185 square foot per student, which is the industry standard with the target, in the RFP, it said a little bit less than this, but we rounded it up to 1,150 students. With $185 a square foot per, not dollars, but square foot per student, it would be 212,000 square feet per school. Currently, right now, on the plans that we have, Pilgrim is 258,000 square feet. So that alone is a savings of 45,000 square feet, which is good. And then if we can simplify the geometry, as I mentioned before. So taking all of the items that we discussed and all the other items that we've been talking about for the last 4 weeks as a team, site work structure, MEPs, right sizing the building, and some work to the interior on Pilgrim, we can save $41 million. Just with the thoughts that we have right now. We understand that some of those items might be hard to work through, but it's a starting point. And if we don't necessarily take all these, then we can take an aspect of those and maybe turn it into something else. On Tollgate, we saved a 13.5 for an overall of 54.8. So basically, what the gist of that is that both of those projects now are within that $140 million range. So it can be done. It's gonna take all of us working together, design team, Dimeo, owners, reps, and the city of Warwick. But the buildings can be done with what you want in your budget. And there's no impact to the core. There's no impact to the program. There's no impact to functionality and the durability of the building, purpose, and the operation, which is all key. So the students will not be affected.
So what you have here is a case study that we put together. We could have chosen a lot of schools. We've done millions of square feet of K through 12 schools in the tri-state area. We thought this one was the most recent relevant project done that we did in Rhode Island that has the same MB requirements, as well as the RIDE requirements. So this job, the budget was generated prior to COVID. So we had to deal with the COVID costs, and it was built during COVID. So again, we're dealing with material deliveries and high escalated costs for those. We started at an SD of 42 million, 85,000 square feet, 503 a foot. We went to the design development as the drawings progressed. We came out to 529 at $44 million. We knew we had to have some big room discussions. We met with Ed Collins, the facilities director and chief of capital projects, and he said, listen, I know I dealt a bad hand with the pandemic and the budget, but that doesn't matter to RIDE. We have to build this job for that budget, and I cannot sacrifice the program because this is what we promised the community. So we got everybody in the room, big room meeting, architects, engineers, and we came up with various value management options that didn't change the physical condition of the building, the look of the building. We were able to get the job down to 500 square feet, $500 per square foot for the $42 million. And if you've had the opportunity to walk through that building, the technology that we put into that building and the aesthetics of that building are really quality driven.
So let's talk a little bit about the procurement process, right? So obviously we have a unique opportunity here. There is significant amounts of work coming out in the school market throughout the state, probably more than the state has ever seen before. So one of the main things that we have the opportunity to do is to hit the market first, right? We're in a very unique position that we can go out competitively and nail down the manufacturers, the vendors, the subcontractors prior to everything else going out there, locking in the labor commitments, locking in the material commitments, and really being the first one there. In summary of what Kristen said earlier, right? We really want to get together with both architects and align the specifications. We want to make sure that the manufacturers are aligned, creates more buying power, more opportunities for savings. Like with all these jobs, we know we have the NWBE goals. We've had a very strong success in that world. We have a proven record. We hold outreach meetings for all the jobs. We run advertising in the newspapers. We have strong relationships with the minority agencies out there that really help us reach out to the community. And then again, with this unique opportunity of two schools going at the same time in the same city, we have some big package breakdown opportunities, similar to what you guys are looking at as opportunities to award both projects, maybe one project. We would like to do the same thing with the subcontractor market, right? You send this out to bid with an alternate for one or the other, and then a combined savings for both, and see how that nets out. Choose the advantages of both, and really what makes the most sense financially, as well as quality and commitments from the different subcontractors that we're working with. I'm gonna let Jimmy talk a little about schedule.
Thank you, Dan. Earlier, Dan showed a segment of the schedule that referred to the pre-con namely, and the 27-day start-off period. trying to get the project in line for the initial start. To truly make a project successful is going to be not only the budget, but the schedule as well. We can make this schedule very manageable by identifying any early release packages that we need. Based on the current marketplace, we know that a lot of electrical components, sometimes switchgear, but definitely generators need to be part of an early release package. These specific projects, we've also identified site and possibly structure as other potential early release packages. We've stated that in our schedule, doesn't show over here, unfortunately, because of the screen, but we've identified mid-August for the release of those packages, and then October 29th to go into the production release only for submittal process. We would not release any actual equipment or material in production until the SBC signs off, which is an anticipated date of February 18th, I believe. In terms of a workforce and a work in place per month, right now we'd be looking at the job work in place averaging roughly $5 million per month, gauging up to about 8.5 to 9 million at peak months. And then from a workforce perspective, at the peak times, we could be seeing close to 195 workforce participants on each project, so 400 in the city for those, and for a total accumulating to 1.1 workforce hours for the projects.
1.1 million.
A million, sorry.
Logistics, Tollgate. So everybody's familiar with the site. So really for us coming out of the gate, the first thing to do is set up our limits of, fence, try to maximize that space as much as we can to support the construction operation. It's a very tight site. And then, also in this first phase that we're showing to keep that field open, the football field open. But like I said before about the soil management, that also comes into play and how we manage that soil, that if we produce so much, that can be used in the phase 2. Identified, you can see we identified, how we're gonna make the safeguard around the Drum Rock area. Also that, number 3, it's really like, we spent some time just watching the flow of the buses coming in and out, and that's critical. So we're gonna have to offset a lot of our deliveries in the morning. It's gonna come down to some of the protocols, and we might have to shut down the gates at certain times, like you're not leaving the site, but, between that 7:30 in the morning, and then once we feel how the traffic flows and understanding that safety. And also recognizing that, we're gonna take out that upper service road to the backside, and that's gonna be a life safety to the existing school. We're gonna have to develop a fire lane in the backside of that football field. So we actually have that emergency response team can reach that back entrance.
Very similar on the phase 2 of the project during the demo of the existing building and the construction of the new athletic fields. A little bit simpler as we're further downhill on the access road, and then maintaining the access to the CTE building there as well. We did do a neighborhood impact study on both projects, this one specifically for Tollgate. It's largely commercial or undeveloped space around the site, which is great. We do have a couple of neighbors on the east side over here, but they are 1,200 feet away from the new building and over 800 feet away from the demolition of the existing. So we should be safe with all of them. This red area represents the area of influence and the rock removal that will happen for the new building. That's a 500-foot radius that's shown there. So we don't have any residential neighbors that are impacted in that zone.
GZA did a very nice job setting the parameters for the rock removal. We will take those parameters with input from you, the fire department in Warwick, and the state fire marshal's office to develop an engineered plan that will establish practice controls to ensure that that work is executed safely.
We look at some of the safety and protecting the site. We understand that we have an occupied building, and then we have construction and demo going on throughout the phases. Drum Rock School, we want to make sure we maintain it, like they said in the logistics, and also want to make sure we control the dust and noise that could impact that site. And then when we look at Building C, which is the Tides and Career and Tech Center, we want to make sure that we're really maintaining the public access for that, and make sure we maintain the memorial that is there.
Yeah, if you just stay on that slide for a second. Sean talked about location 3 in his logistics plan. We did observe teachers walking up from the lower parking lot, and there are some students that seem to be transiting between the buildings. So we're gonna have to work together to create a a Walker safety plan for the Drum Rock School flow.
So logistics for Pilgrim. So phase one, the good thing is if we keep the continuity of the existing bus schedule. So the buses have two paths into front of the school. We'll maintain that. We'll have a construction entrance over here that we'll staff with a traffic management person in locking down access to that gate. We will also mirror the bus schedule similar to what the toll gate team described earlier. And, you know, we're very aware of students that walk along this sidewalk and will be, taking extra precaution, make sure that that's done safely.
So over in the phase two project, like Mark was mentioning, it's basically a flip-flop of that. Construction area is taking over the existing school area. Some sensitive areas we obviously identified during demolition. We have a heavy, little different than Tollgate over at the Pilgrim site, a little more densely residential. So some areas we have to be sensitive about, the southwest corner where the building is extremely tight to the property limits. That would be something we would leave for last, demolition wise, as well as this existing portion that's right next to the new school. Those would be buffers. We use those areas and those walls as buffers. Sound, noise, dust control, all those things would help.
So we also did a neighborhood impact study for Pilgrim as well, and obviously we're in a much denser residential area. So, one of the things that jumps out at you is when we go to do the demolition of the existing high school, we're very close to the neighbors here. So I think this is going to require excellent communication, some neighborhood meetings. We want to get together with the left field here and make sure we're engaging the neighborhoods, they're understanding what we're doing. We would leave this portion of the school up as long as we could to mitigate noise and dust and other things as we're doing the rest of the demolition. But it's definitely going to require some good communication in keeping the neighborhoods, involved in the process.
My daughter Emma was a freshman at Pilgrim on May 1st of 2009. We're keenly aware of how important Walker safety is. To reinforce Mark's point about controlling access along Pilgrim into the site and to support what Sean said about locking down the project but during those morning commutes and afternoon commutes to make certain that the walkers are protected. We know there was an improvement in setting up a separate walking path in August of 2016. With the proximity of the building, we may have to consider moving that a little west to reestablish that to create a buffer space.
This is just a visual to what we talked about for the safety around the site, how we sequence around the building, how we demo that, and then potentially shifting the building. And you can see in the green how much room you really get when you shift that due to the electrical hazards.
We've had 15 OSHA partnerships since 2003. 13 of those partnerships project-based here in Rhode Island. I am also the chairperson of an alliance that exists between OSHA and the Rhode Island construction industry since 2008. Our modification rate indicates how we can manage risk. Our mod rate now is 0.63. That's 37 basis points lower than the average. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, close-up commissioning. So all the other contractors do close-up commissioning. What Demio does different is we engage the individuals that are going to be actually operating the building. We bring them in early. We have a process we follow. Like I said, right now, we're working in Doherty High School. It's a 425,000 square foot building, $63 million MEP package. There's no guesswork. We don't just build the building and turn it over. We're going to be there. You'll have my number, my cell phone number, my personal cell phone number, 24/7. I'm available. Like I said, I could train anybody in this room to run that building, and that's the plan. That's what we're going to do. So you tell us who's going to be engaged. Like I said, we'll bring them in. We'll walk them to the process. We'll show them where the valves are, how to operate all the equipment, how to maintain it. And like I said, whatever you guys need, we're here for you. Thank you.
I think just to build on that, because it is important, right? We recognize it. Through the post-occupancy phase, he's going to generate relationships directly with the individuals that are running it, and then pull them, bring them along the way, make sure they're understanding how we're moving through coordination and into the commissioning and closeout. But post-occupancy, John is going to be there and dedicated to each of the projects for a month afterwards, for sure, at 100% full-time. Right, and then I think that's the most critical time as the students are coming in and things come up and we start truly using the building. that's when you're gonna need that backup. But John will be committed for that. Additionally, after that, he would be the go-to person to triage any of all of the warranty issues that come up. So they'd be triaged through John. He has two dedicated individuals between Jimmy and Mark to address anything immediately, so that there's backup there for that. So that's part of this post-occupancy, partnership. But the post-occupancy partnership, I think, is really important for the overall program. So, getting close here. Regarding the decision on single award versus dual award, and taking a look at, we took a look at the advantages for both to help you with the decision. Certainly, on a single award, we have a single point of contact for all of the work, which is huge, in bringing that together. The financial benefits associated with the single relative to all the procurement, I think are absolutely huge and obvious. The savings on soil management potential, if we have to move things through, so depending on where we end up, being able to draw on both sites is also a huge advantage. Aligning all of the lean strategies and our procurement strategies, so the subs are receiving documents in a single manner, and it's consistent, is very attractive to bidders, because they can see the consistency in them, and they don't have a lot of different things to work through to put their numbers together, so they're more apt to put a bid in. On a job this size, it's a significant investment for them to put a bid together, so we have to recognize that, make it as easy as possible. The common reporting procedures makes everything simplified. Additionally, the CM, our costing as we submitted, I think it was clear and evident, there's significant savings under a single award. Clearly, on the advantages for the two CMs, and I know we're going through this process, but is there reduced risk if you have two and you don't have your eggs in one basket? Could be, but with the Demio team, we feel that is an absolute non-issue. The increased selection options, sure, but you diminish the rest of the advantages on the other side. So we're absolutely committed. We really think the best way that we can support Warwick is with a combination award by those advantages. Have nothing to do with whether or not we need to book export. That's not it. But we really do believe this is the best way we can support Warwick.
With that, we're gonna open it up to questions. Sorry about running a little long. We had probably 3 hours of material to present. Crammed down to 30 minutes, which is gone a little bit longer than that. We apologize for that.
No problem.
But there's a ton of thought and behind all these answers that we just gave you, and there's a lot more to share, but I know our time is crunched, so feel free to ask any questions.
Questions from any members of the committee?
Yeah, I got a question. With over $1 billion worth of work coming out in the next year or two, in the regional area too, Fall River's breaking ground, I think, this month on a $300 million technical high school. Do you feel there's adequate trade labor to build both of these schools at the same time?
Here's our opinion on that. First off, we look at past history within the state, and we've gone through some boom cycles in the past.
Right.
Yeah, there's no question there'll be some draw from Western Mass, if you will. There'll be some draw from Connecticut for sure. There'll be some draw from Massachusetts. But that's always, we've been in this before, and we think there will be adequate. If we look at some of the apprenticeship stuff that's going on, especially with the ironworkers and the like, we see some increased enrollments there, so we're incentivized with that. We think the real issue is getting to a place where we're competitive on the subcontractor side and getting and establishing the bids. It's going to be subcontractor based with the licensed trades that we really need to focus on in order to gain the competitiveness, break down the packages so we can get controls and sheet metal and all of our balancing and separate these trades out, so we're not beholden to just one singular entity to provide all those services, that we can gain a lot more competition there and give you more choices on bid day and provide all those alternates to be able to have a query of things that we can choose on bid day in order to get ensure that the project comes in on the budget.
Mr. Holmes? I know you guys have worked both under PLAs and not PLAs. I don't know if we've touched anything here. I'd ask your feelings about that because we're considering it. And I don't see that being a problem, but I want to hear that from you. I also would like to hear if you plan on doing any self-performing that ties into the labor shortage, if you will.
Okay, good questions.
Sorry.
So
That's what they pay me for.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
Certainly, we've executed numerous PLAs in the state and throughout New England with great success. And clearly, there are some distinct advantages when you get a project of this size and you have the contractors that are gonna be prone to be here. And then you end up with, from my perspective, a continuous flow operation where we don't have any work stoppages. That could be one of the best advantages we have depending on these agreements coming forward that we're gonna be faced with. So definitely advantages there. Are there advantages on the other side as well? Sure, I know you're going through some good counsel right now, evaluating that. So, you know, the choice will be yours, clearly, but obviously we can work either format. But there are some distinct advantages there. And on the self-perform side, clearly we're running over, you know, anywhere between 60 to 80 carpenters on the masonry side for a sister company as well. Couple hundred on that side. Clearly we do a fair amount of self-perform, and we would look to make sure that closes any of the gaps. So definitely in all the Division 9 and the like, we're certainly going to do that on a continuous basis, and we're set up to service that. And then we blend that. Obviously, we're going to be blending that with our compliance side as well, but certainly that's what we would be looking forward to doing and set up.
Ms. Larry?
Forgive me if I misunderstood, but were you saying that unless you decrease some square footage, you cannot come in under that budget?
No, we're not saying that. We can do, it's gonna take a little bit more work. In the first 4 weeks that we've had the documents, that was the easiest way that we could get it, but there is other ways that we can do it. That was big picture, easy way, but there is other ways that we can do it.
Yeah, there's, all square feet aren't the same. When we're doing this and this and this and this, it's fun. If we're doing square footage and then you can gain square footage and get to the same place. Geometry. So it's really understanding and simplifying geometry when we want to make it larger. So there's avenues. What we presented was just ideas to get to the table. We are ready with a cost model tomorrow morning to sit with the A&E teams and get this driven so that we can get into, we only have from April 10th, we only have 23 days, and we got to get to that budget consistent with the design. And I think that's where we really shine, and we're ready with actual analysis, not gonna.
Right.
Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, just two questions. Along the cost saving opportunities, was there any substantial cut to the athletic side of the projects?
No, I mean, a lot of it had to do with grading, and there was some selective, but it wasn't like getting rid of fields.
Okay.
It was working within those fields, and a lot of it actually had to do with where it's placed on the sites and that kind of stuff, so.
More with how we place it and what elevation that drives really the numbers.
Okay. And then my other question, on Pilgrim, you showed sort of a section type view where you had the route to that student parking in the back. Was that with the building located where it is in the design today and not shifting it as you suggested could possibly happen?
This one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this one right now is where it's existing today. We're proposing that we move it back here so we don't have to relocate the electrical line.
Okay.
And it's not along the whole length of that elevation. It's just in a tight spot there.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Again, our ideas and we know them with everyone, but.
Mr. McCaffrey, do you have a question?
So we have a construction site and we have a school that's fully operational. We have snowstorms, we have floods, we have power outages. I'm glad you had both safety coordinators here today, safety engineer, safety coordinator. How do you work with the high schools, the building principal, when things do come up? What's your plan for working with the schools on a regular basis on safety concerned with the operation of the school? Because it's, at the end of the day, it's all about the students.
Great question. We worked on campuses, literally 300 plus educational projects, plus thousands of hospitals and corporate centers where there are a mix of different operations going on with ongoing operations of schools and construction right next door. We worked in city sites, we worked in, all kinds of different and challenging environments. So there is a direct communication. I'll let the team talk about that.
The clear thing that is a must is one between, it's all about safe production and building the plans, understanding that we understand the constraints of the superintendents for each school and building our plans to relate to that, and then communicating those continuously, not only to the faculty, but as the school sees fit. Various schools want to do it different ways, but how that engages the students and what level that we do that directly with the students in the community as well. But that's a plan that's developed by the teams. So we have safety, we have the construction aspect, we blend that together, and we get that plan out so they can see it, they can address it, manipulate it as necessary, so that then when we go to do it, it's not a surprise.
But there is a hotline too, and a regular communication going on, so you can pick up the phone and say, hey, this is coming at us, how can we do it? And our project managers and our superintendents are gonna be a direct link to you all on a daily basis, so anything crops up, we'll make sure we'll handle and manage it.
They will have such a direct relationship with the group.
It's all about communication too. We'll ask you for your schedule on main events so that we can make sure that we're not planning too many things. We have a hotline on our bulletin board right outside. So if anybody has a question, we put together a website that we share with the school so they know what's coming up over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And we meet with them regularly. At Garden City, we met with them regularly because we were in such a close, small like Pilgrim, there's such a close proximity to the neighborhood. So we had to make sure we took care of the neighborhood and the children, and we put that in our plan. And we discuss that on a weekly basis on what's going on.
And I would say right down to the principal is really important. The facilities personnel are so important. James at Tollgate, Mark at Pilgrim will be instrumental in coordinating that level of communication.
Thank you.
I do have one question. It's first a statement or a question. The first statement would be, obviously, this is a large project that's $350 million. And we've said this to everybody. It's not $350,100,000. It's $350 million. That's it. But dovetailing on that communication piece. So I didn't see it specifically in the presentation, but I think you mentioned it in your conversations. There's got to be communication with the community, with the abutters, especially in the Pilgrim area, right? So, and that I would assume would be coordinated with left field as well, right? To have frequent meetings with that community to know what's coming, what they can expect, and then I don't know if you would.
Sure. At Miriam Hospital, we have the Summit Neighborhood Group, and we would meet with them on a regular basis. We met with their leaders, and then we would meet with them on a regular basis at their convenience. Usually it was after working hours for them, and we'd get together a coffee and some pastry and stuff, and we would listen to them and explain to them what is going to be happening over the next 3 to 4 weeks. Any concerns that they had, we would jump on them right away. So it's basically that type of communication, and we have like sound and vibration monitors at the perimeter of the site when we're doing the demolition, so that we're aware of what's going on, so that we can make our modifications. And it's just making ourselves available to them and listening to we're in their backyard, right? We're in their domain, so we have to meet with their requirements and the school's requirements. We're very flexible. We have to be flexible.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. DeCour.
Question, Mr. Chairman. at Tollgate specifically, you're gonna remove ledge. What's the surety of maintaining and not compromising the two large water tanks on Bald Hill Road and the main transmission lines?
We talked about that and
We'll monitor it. I mean, same thing when we did Citizens Bank project, we actually were closer to proximity to the actual utility lines. And also it was actually a main gas line, actually. That's the Tennessee gas line that runs through there, that distribution.
You have the water.
So, yeah, and we actually constructed a water tank on top of the hill. But no, there are measures that we go through as far as, using the seismographs. We come out, we do the pre-surveys and go through all that. I mean, Bob's expertise in blasting is actually far more than mine, from, what he's done. But I really don't see that distance being an issue whatsoever.
Okay.
So I didn't get into the details of my civil experience, but I managed 2 quarries, one on Phoenix Avenue in Cranston and one in Acushnet. Keenly aware of how important design is relative to the shot, and the controls that are necessary to make sure that design is maintains its integrity. The state of Rhode Island does a very nice job framing the weight based on distance away of explosives. They do a very nice job using the U.S. Bureau of Mines has a table 8207, which talks about, and the geotech report also talks about this, particle velocity, the movement of a wave, and then the frequency of the wave. And as long as you achieve those things, the integrity of those structures you speak about will be preserved.
Okay.
Because we drill, split, and blast away, so we're never sending the energy that way. So we've done this so often right next to large scale facilities for research, but they couldn't have any.
Within the regulation. Just one other question on Pilgrim. Shifting that building to the right, does that affect the zoning setbacks and the distance to allow for space for the building height and area calculations?
So we did, the height was,
You have to have that open space between the property line and the
yeah,
building.
I think we actually opened that up because we moved it more towards the center. We get the plan out to truthfully go through everything that you're talking about, but I think what the intent was that we moved it to a better location, it was more inboard, we gave more space around the building, and we tried to keep the basement side of things and get a little more low, so it was only a couple of feet. It was 217 to 219, it wasn't much.
That's total. That could be just enough.
I'm sorry.
Listen, that could be just enough. That little bit of. Yeah, on the Pilgrim.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because you're sliding it closer to the property line.
So he's worried about
There was two levels that we talked about. One, get it out just enough so we can get the main utilities through. Then there's an electric line that runs through there. We could work around that in a live condition and through various protection controls. And then once we do the switch over, cap them and seal them and leave them in place without trying to relocate all that electrical, because that's real money.
I think it's a great idea sliding over.
So we had 2 phases. We could do it all the way and get it out of everything that we talked about, or we can just move it enough to get the services in and work around the electrical. There's a couple of things that's concerned, but there was 2 moves. We showed you one in the interest of time, but thank you.
We did talk about the property line. Kind of thought.
Actually looked up the
dimensions.
requirements, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now we know about Tollgate too. So.
Quick question. So you talked a lot about student and staff safety and engaging the community, just keeping them aware of everything going on the site. But do you have experience with student engagement using construction and teaching tools, especially
part of the 3-hour.
You should have seen us over the last few days trying to figure out what we're gonna.
Right. We do have a host of educational programs. We run our own. We have the only approved apprenticeship program for construction management in the state. So we take that, we take that same model. We have specific educational programs throughout for each of these modules, and we work with the school, Bernella, this is Doherty High School with John, and we're going through developing those classes, and it's something that really charges us up. Thanks for asking.
just to kind of throw it out there too, we are involved in ACE Mentoring Group, which is basically a group of, high schools come together. And we very often have them tour our construction sites, give them overviews. Obviously, it's after the construction workday, so we kind of open up the site, make sure everything's safe, give tours, educate them all, and then continue to work through that whole process. So it's really, we think it's great.
That's what I was gonna add to that. I've done a lot of that in the schools, the 2 high schools I did, 2 career tech high schools, bringing the students in, various points of the construction, carpentry kids, plumbing, different phases of construction, showing them what it's like in the real world, and being able to give tours and different meetings inside the building during different phases, showing what the construction looks like in real time, helped quite a bit with their career.
And just something real quick to answer that, James took the lead at Garden City. We did a quarterly pamphlet and PowerPoint presentation that we would give the school that would say, what's happening on my site?
Yeah.
What am I seeing?
There you go.
And we would take it and give it to them, and then we would invite them to ask questions and try and understand what it is. On the high school level, there's kids here that might want to go into the construction management or the trades. And we could sit down and tailor something for them to bring them out on the job site and say, hey, this is what you don't see when the building's done. That's right. It's impactful.
We're right at the end of our time, so we apologize about going. I don't know if there's any additional questions or thoughts or comments.
Yeah, 3 hours with.
We would love to give you that 3 hours, but I think we have an awesome team and they're ready to go to work for you. According to Paul, tomorrow morning, Saturday morning. So I like this gung-ho attitude, which is awesome. But this team is very passionate about trying to accomplish your goals and meet your needs. We've been in this community for an awful long time. We built both malls. We built CCRI. We've built millions and millions and millions of square feet in this town. So the town knows us well. We know the town well. We're ready to hit the ground running, and we'd love to do this project for you also. Thanks for your time and
Thank you
your
very
interest.
much.
So thank you.
Five Yeah, so we can start, what I'll do is I'll give you guys kind of like a 5-minute warning. Managing the time is always a little difficult. I know this is big stuff, so. At this point, this is the Gilbane presentation, so the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today, present our team, review our approaches to your very challenging and exciting projects. My name is Bill Bryan. I will serve as the principal for Gilbane on the projects. And our agenda today has been organized in response to the invitation we received and the questions and topics that were on that. I would ask perhaps at the end if I could just have a minute for some closing remarks, it'd be appreciated. So we'll start with our team introductions. As I said, my name is Bill Bryan. I've been with Gilbane for 45 years, 40 years here in Rhode Island. The last 18 have been exclusively on Rhode Island public school projects. I've also served for the last 8 years on the Career and Technical Education Board of Trustees with Mr. McCaffrey. In 2022, I was appointed the chair of that body by Governor McKee. And for 30 plus years, I've had an association with the Trudeau Center through my now adult son. I served on that board twice as the chair. So I have some roots also here in town. So next up is my colleague of 18 years, Tony Mergida. And Tony will lead us, lead us through our presentation.
Good morning. So Tony Mergida, as Bill said, serving as the senior project executive. I've been with Gilbane 27 years. As Bill said, he and I have been working together for the last 18, primarily in the state of Rhode Island, doing K-12 projects. So we bring that background and knowledge together. I'll be serving sort of as the primary contact and conduit for pre-construction through construction in the closeout. So you will see and hear me often, as well as many people here.
I'm Alita Hall. If you'll have me, I'll be the on-site PX for the Pilgrim High School project. So I've been with Gilbane 24 years, probably done 10, 12 K through 12 projects throughout New England through all that time, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut. I was actually in charge of the East Providence High School project I completed a couple years ago, and I'm currently serving on-site PX for the Rogers High School project in New York. It's my favorite.
So good morning. My name is Mark Winslow. I'll be the on-site PX for Tollgate. I've been with Gilbane for 25 years. I'm a Warwick resident. Actually, my dad went through Lockwood Junior High, graduated from Vets in 60, and actually went to Park Elementary. So a long time roots in here in Warwick.
Thanks, Mark. Joe McCoy, I'm the chief estimator with Gilbane. I'm in my 34th year in the industry, all with Gilbane. In that time, in my role as mostly chief estimator and pre-construction, I've successfully delivered over $6.5 billion, over 5 million square feet of K through 12 construction in Rhode Island and throughout New England.
And I'm Danielle Crawford. I'll be the Senior General Superintendent for Tollgate. I've been with Gilbane for 17 years, and I especially like building schools. I'm particularly excited about this one because I get to have a little friendly competition with Anthony to bring home the WWE belt. So Tony created this belt for that, camaraderie and competition. So hopefully Tollgate will get the win this year.
Good morning, my name is Anthony D'Antuano. I would be the Senior General Superintendent for Pilgrim High School. Been in the industry for 25 plus years, currently at Gladstone Elementary School in Cranston. And a pretty fun fact is I do a tremendous amount of volunteer work at the Boys and Girls Clubs in Warwick.
Joe Morales, I'll be the superintendent with Anthony at Pilgrim, also a Warwick resident, father of 2 little ones with my girlfriend, who's actually Warwick public school educator for 13 years now here in Warwick. She's currently a teacher at Betts Middle School. I've been with Gilbane for 11 years and an extensive amount of K through 12 experience.
Good morning, I'm Bill Lucas. I'm a superintendent with Gilbane. Currently, I'm a site safety and health officer for the Rhode Island Air National Guard job down in Quonset. For this job, I'll be assisting Danielle winning that belt at Tollgate High School. I also am a Warwick resident, and my mother, funnily enough, is a former Tollgate high school. So the Gilbane team, I think, I was trying to add up all the years of experience as I listened to everybody. It's over 200. It's pretty impressive. So it's a veteran group that we've brought in front of you, all having worked on K-12 projects in the state of Rhode Island, and doing projects very similar to yours. So, you know, that the opportunity to carry through that knowledge, experience, and lessons learned for your project exists. Also important to mention, all of us except Joe are Rhode Island residents. And as we said, we have a number of Warwick residents here with you today on our projects. And, you know, I heard those two particularly talk about, you know, this is their opportunity for their legacy in the town, for their kids. So I think it's a nice tie. So moving on from that, just, you know, Gilbane also brings that experience of having done or are doing some of the largest high school projects in the state. And again, they have those similarities to yours, building a new high school on athletic fields while the existing high school is occupied, finding a way to keep both of those functioning properly, and then making the switch to tear the old schools down and build the field. So that experience, those lessons learned, and that knowledge of what and how to do things will all be brought by Gilbane and our team.
There you go.
There you go.
You asked for a case study.
There you
We
go.
bring you East Providence High School. So we completed this in fall of 2021, where they moved into the building. We did the switch over, as Tony talked about, and finished up the project toward the end of 2022. You'll notice here kind of the cost journey, right? We'll have similar things to deal with here. We were well over the target at SD. We had that initial jump in savings, just, you know, that was primarily a square foot reduction that we undertook to get from the 199 to 166. Gradually made our pathway down. The owner's target GMP was around 156. We wound up coming in at 154. And when it was all said and done, between, you know, finalizing allowances, managing risk throughout the job, we closed that job out with a final contract value of 152. So we were able to not only target under the GMP, but then also ultimately finalize well below the GMP amount. We obtained 17% MWBE participation, and that was for the entire GMP, not just the trade cost. At that time, the goal was 10% by the state. They've since raised it to 15. That 17 kind of helped alleviate some of the burden on the owner's side, on the design team, so that project came in well over where they were projected to be, and we're committed to do that as well in the same fashion. When you talk about the similarities, Tony already touched on a bunch of them. We talked about building on the occupied campus. We had such close communication with the goings on back and forth every day with their facilities and school staff to make sure that we were, you know, working to avoid any disruption to what they were doing every day. When he talks about lessons learned, there are two key ones from East Providence that I think will work out really well here. The first is because we're also going to undertake a value management exercise, kind of using that as a tool throughout the procurement. There are a couple items that we dismissed that value management that if we had revisited potentially during the buyout as we were realizing some of these savings coming in at $1 million under, we may have given the school the opportunity to put them back into the project. So that's a lessons learned that I've taken away, that I carry to all my jobs now, and use that moving forward. And then the post-occupancy planning. I don't know if anybody here knows how it goes, architects and OPMs. At the end, it's a scramble. You are trying to finish, you're trying to get done, and you wind up with this list of items that just aren't done yet, whether it's a punch list, whether it's, you know, change orders or things that the owner is looking for as they're walking the building. So we had a really good system where we just developed this post-occupancy log. So they moved into the building. It was very clear. These are the items that aren't done. Here's the target prescription, the timing of how we want to get them done, working in your occupied building on a second shift or whatever it took to get them into the project. So again, we'll take those types of things, we'll bring them to this project along with everything else that we did that made it successful.
So this group also has experience with your OPM, with your designers. We've done a number of projects with them. You know, what does that mean? It means we have the opportunity to hit the ground running. We understand each other. We know how each other work, and that opportunity to have really no lag time once we're brought on board to be able to execute immediately. And some of us have also worked with Secotio, maybe some of us more than others. We know them, we know the projects they do, we know the product they provide, and we see that same opportunity to integrate seamlessly.
I'll just, excuse me, I'll just add, one of the images there is actually our Gilbane headquarters building. Ed Bourget and I began working together 8 years ago when I retained the firm he was with at the time, and he served as the principal for that project.
Okay, the oddball here, the non-Rhode Island resident. I did spend the first third of my career, 11 years in Rhode Island, and it's near and dear to my heart. So, as the estimator, what I want to talk about with you today is your project, some specific things we looked at, where we feel the budget is. First thing that we do is kind of look at a big picture historical benchmarks, right? So this is probably hard to read, but this chart is outlining a number of schools, including Pilgrim and Tollgate at the bottom, the enrollment, the ride, advisable square foot per student or prescribed, the total gross square foot, and where we currently are in the design. And the good news is that in the design right now, we're right around the ride square footage of 210 for Tollgate, and Pilgrim is currently at 223 as what we've measured off of the current document. So we're close. I think there's some work that we can do though, because square footage is such a cost driver. It's really, something that we need to hone in on is what's the right square footage to be at. From an historical cost standpoint, looking at East Providence, as Lita talked about, Rogers, and several other schools, taking that cost per square foot and escalating it using ENR's building cost index, engineering news record, to the midpoint of the Warwick schedules, we're looking at about a $7.18 a square foot cost per square foot. There's a lot of variables to that. Every project is different, but that's historically what we're seeing the trend going forward. Next slide, looking at what I think would be the advisable target for square footage and cost. Currently 223 for Pilgrim, 210 for Tollgate. I think because enrollment and budget are fixed, the variables are cost per square foot and the gross square footage. So if we could find a way to get this really efficient from a square footage standpoint, 200,000 square feet, that would mean a $700 a square foot budget for each to stay within the 140 million. So I think that's an advisable target to work together as a partner with you on. Next, we looked at several specific things to try to get that to the 700 mark. That's really about just a little under 3% from the 718 to 700. You can almost shake a tree and get that much value engineering out of a project, just in my experience, without sacrificing quality or aesthetics or durability. One of the things we looked at is simplifying site materials. I think there could be as much as $600,000 of savings, looking at what's potentially about a mile of linear foot of granite curving, going with precast in areas that are less vulnerable to plows. It's still very durable material. Wouldn't go to bituminous concrete, but things like that, looking at smart ways to save money, maybe looking at the amphitheater as an add alternate, because that's the last thing of the project scope that is actually built. Sorry about that, next slide. Looking at site improvements, right? Again, that's the tail end of the project. We can make responsible design decisions later on versus some disciplines where they have to happen earlier on. Just opening up the specifications and lighting instead of just Musco, other sports field lighting can save $100,000. And then going to the structure and envelope, looking at maximizing the structural efficiency. Even a half pound per square foot, if we tighten that up, say from 14.5 to 14 pounds per square foot, that could be $350,000. So the ticker up here is if these are just samples, but it's showing the rolling savings slide by slide, if these were the ones that were in fact accepted. The interiors, I think there's still early in the design, but we can make some smart decisions interior-wise. Looking at instead of a wood hung acoustical cloud, going with a different type of material specification, and that alone could be $100,000 or more. And then we get into some bigger picture ideas, right? We didn't put exact numbers on this, but every time in a site work, nobody wants to spend more money on pushing dirt around than you need to. So adjust the grading topography to balance the site. which you could apply to either site, but really more like at Tollgate, that's a rock site. Process that rock on site and use that as structural fill and pavement base. It could be a 7-figure savings. And then a big idea that we have to consider, but it could have design impact and schedule impact. And stacking some of the buildings, right? Stacking the wings to a 3-story, it could require a variance. It's an idea that may fall into the rejected column, but I think the due diligence of a public project, you need to really brainstorm all ideas. And then we get into envelope study, right? So some of the benchmarks of this project that I think are telling us there's already been some good design thought already on the envelope. When you look at the ratio of translucent to opaque, glass to hard wall, from other projects, East Providence and Rogers, and compare it to Tollgate, next slide, Pilgrim and Tollgate, the ratio is actually very efficient right now. So I feel like there's been some good pre-value engineering thought put into it. With decent materials, but durable, but also cost-effective, split base block, storefront versus curtain wall. So these are all, as Alita had said, the lessons learned that we've thought about that we think could apply to these two projects.
So after we've spent all the time sort of refining the design over the next year, we get the buyout where the rubber really meets the road to prove out that the estimates are accurate. And I think you all know there's a tremendous amount of schoolwork occurring on the very same schedule as you in our state, right? It's about $1 billion worth of work that's all gonna need to occur at the same time. So the criticality of buyout for your job is at the top of my list. And we need to start engagement and reaching out to subcontractors now to ensure that when we're ready to bid, they're willing to price the job, they have the manpower available to execute, right? And your projects are the projects that they want to pursue. You need to be at the top of their list. So we need to start working on that now. In addition to that, there will be certain packages that we're gonna need to draw from outside of the state of Rhode Island, just from a capacity perspective. Gilbane is a large organization. We have the ability to pull some of those subs in from the Massachusetts market or the Connecticut market where the capacity doesn't exist in Rhode Island. So we can bring that to the table. We've successfully done it on other K-12 projects in the state. The other thing to think about is getting to the market earlier than everyone else for certain bid packages, for those critical packages. There are a couple tools in our toolbox to be able to do that. Some of the easy ones are developing early bid packages. What does that mean? It means finishing design for certain components of the job earlier and buying it earlier. Again, to get to a subcontractor before everyone else, to get them engaged, to get their pricing and get them locked in and in their backlog to execute the work. Typical ones to do that are like site concrete and steel, right? You want to get into the ground. Those are easy packages to do. Other jobs, we've actually bought demo and abatement. Your job is demo and abatement's gonna be 3 or 4 years away. It's an easy bid package to write. It's an easy package to buy. If we buy that 3 or 4 years before that work gets done, right? We lock that subcontractor into their backlog 3 years from now. The risk shifts to them. The risk comes off the table for you and transfers to them for escalation. So there are some unique opportunities for early packages to get out ahead of it. The other thing we might want to consider is design assist. What does that mean? That means taking an earlier set of drawings, maybe design development, and going to targeted subs to help them with your sub-consultants finish the design to, again, lock that contractor in some sort of open book process where, again, we can get their manpower, we can get them locked in early to assure you that you have that manpower and that subcontractor available to start when you need it. Typical bid packages or MEPs, we do that with quite often. We've also done it with steel. It's a little twist, but the opportunity does exist to get you those critical pieces done early and ahead of everyone else. And then finally, you do have 2 schools occurring simultaneously. Your buying power is likely greater than others. So the opportunity to harness that buying power and be able to potentially award contractors who have the capacity, perhaps both jobs. So you do have some leverage that you need to utilize in that process.
And just to touch upon global procurement, what does that mean to us here in Warwick? Well, it's all about relationships. So those relationships at that C-suite level with the major manufacturers of electrical and mechanical equipment. So we're able to avoid or kind of avoid any supply chain issues. The other thing, it provides us ability to purchase equipment outside the subcontractor. That provides you with cost certainty and schedule certainty. I just want to give you an example of that value add that this brings to the project. We had a recent issue with a Schindler elevator on a project. We had two elevators that were all through the design, scheduled to be delivered. Schindler team was working with the project team, making regular visits. The last visit, they came in and said, sorry, your elevator is going to be 2 months behind. And that 2 months would push us almost to the turnover date for the building. Local team, tried to work with Schindler, tried to resolve it. Nothing really moved forward. Very simple, leveraging those contacts. We had our CEO, Adam Jelen. Adam called the CEO of Schindler. Before that phone call was over, the elevators were being fabbed and being delivered back on time. So that's just a great example of the global, I hear global, but that's the really advantage of that, having that relationships.
So, MWBE, and Alita touched on it a little bit, our statistics from East Providence. Those are very similar statistics for other projects we have in the state. But we also understand that you need to achieve those requirements to receive your reimbursement. So the criticality of identifying where capacity exists in the market for MWBE subs. In Rhode Island, there's some limited capacity. This is just sort of a listing of some of the MWBE firms we have in-house already pre-qualified to execute work, who we work with regularly on our jobs. We want you to know we recognize that. We have partnerships with them. We understand where their strengths are in the market, and we tailor our bid packages to ensure that they're pricing work that, one, we know they can execute, and two, at a level that exceeds your threshold necessary to receive your reimbursement. Additionally, local subcontractors. There are a number of local, Warwick-based contractors that we work with regularly all the time. We want you to know that they are our trusted partners. Examples of Delta Mechanical at the bottom of the list. Bruce and I are very good friends. And our ability to pick up the phone, call someone and get results exists. So we want you to know that as well.
So I mentioned earlier about my service on the Career and Technical Education Board of Trustees. This is a unique qualification of Gilbane's, our understanding of career and technical education. I'll tell you that myself, I'm a product of similar programs. I graduated from high school college ready with a major in industrial arts. So I get it. And Rhode Island just adopted the first ever strategic plan, statewide strategic plan for career and technical education. I don't know why I have such a hard time saying it, just say CTE. But anyways, I would like to work with you, partner with you, with your designers, to explore the alignment of the plan programs with that plan. Because RIDE is going to start looking at that now as we go through the continuation of your design reviews. To Joe's point earlier, just using Pilgrim as an example, because that's where I could observe the best information. It appears as though we have about 27,000 square feet of CTE and tech ed type spaces in the building. If we found a way to improve the efficiency, utilization of those spaces by even 5 or 10%, it's 7 figures, hands down, not including the FF&E and technology that goes in those spaces. Or alternatively, if you don't need the savings, it provides an opportunity for another program that can further distinguish yourselves from other districts and give your kids opportunities that they don't have elsewhere. So that's what I would like to bring to the table and engage with you.
So, we just spent 20 minutes talking about pre-construction, why. We believe we're bringing an unmatched level of service. We know you have some challenges to overcome. We have a team ready to help you do that. We will tackle them and we will get through this. Bill likes the expression, a failure to plan is a plan to fail, right? We need to establish a plan, and this is the best thing to do in pre-construction. We can have the most influence on it to set up a plan and set up these projects for success. We have unmatched service in that department, and we have a full team. You see pictures of people on the bottom of that. They're not here. We have a full team behind us to help us through that process to ensure that when we embark on these projects, we are set up for success.
So safety isn't just a word that we throw around, it's really a mindset, and it holds true to my heart. I'm a mother of two myself, and as a superintendent on site, I'll have that mindset when we're developing our site logistics, both Anthony and I. We'll be going through logistics in just a moment, but it's something that you can trust that as a parent, you get the best value understanding where we're going to be setting up the perimeter, the safety fencing, where we're going to have the travel paths for children to walk to either Drum Rock or adjacent athletic fields. So we have that mindset constantly in the back. And if I feel at all uncertain about something, putting anybody in harm's way, I won't do it. My kids depend on me getting home, and we depend on your children to get home safely as well. So like I said, safety is a mindset. And it starts before we put a shovel in the ground. Really, we start at pre-construction during our trade contractor kickoff meetings, where we have executive leadership on those calls, making sure that they understand what the requirements and expectations on a safety level are. Then on the day-to-day, we have our site workers. They arrive on site. They go through a job-specific site orientation where those workers understand what our expectations are as well. And then also during construction, we have a safety professional on our staff that will be going to both Tollgate and Pilgrim to help with the pre-planning process, to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success so that when it's time for execution, we're already pre-planned and ready to go.
Yes, we also want to focus on stuff like dust control, noise monitoring, vibration, maneuverability in and out from the site. We do know that site conditions change and sometimes daily, so communication is going to be key, both site personnel and school personnel. So we get involved in logistic changes, and that communication is going to be key to the success of the project.
Speaking of communication and your project, right? So we spent time studying both of these sites, like at Pilgrim. At the end of the day, when we had about 12 or so buses queued up various places, when that bell rang at 1:51, it becomes something to see. And it's very interesting, the comings and goings, in the mornings, the drop off, it seemed kind of sporadic. There's parents, there's cars just everywhere, dropping kids where they can leave them and get going without getting stuck in the traffic. So we've kind of seen how that works, and we're planning to come and obviously implement our site so that we're not a disruption to it. And that's a day-to-day working with you. The end of the day the morning seems pretty quick, right? You get to that 7:30, 7:40, all is well. It's like this strange peace comes over. The afternoon's a bit slower, right? You got 250 to 275 cars in these various lots trying to pull out. The line starts to struggle. There's this group of kids who walk, and they all walk like this. And so, we have to monitor for that as we're constructing our operations and how we're going to come and go in and out of the site, and how we're letting our construction traffic, which is going to be upwards of 150 plus men at peak, to make sure that our comings and goings do not interfere with your comings and goings. We think we have a plan for this. We spent some time looking into it. We hope we can make it work. Anthony will get more into specifics about how we're going to build it.
Okay, so Pilgrim broke it down into 3 phases. First phase is mobilization to the site. This is where we're going to establish our construction area versus the school area. In that, we need to start focusing on bus routes, bus drop-off, bus pickup, student parking, teacher parking. And in doing so, maybe utilizing some of the back roads coming out of Black Street for a temporary enter and egress into that site. We do know that we are in a neighborhood, and there is a lot of school activities going on. So scheduling of deliveries and work hours would be greatly taken into consideration.
So here we are, I'm just gonna be reviewing the phase 2 of the site logistics for Pilgrim. Two main things I wanted to speak on, one being the area in purple, and secondly, the back lot. The area in purple is the only portion of the existing school that we would be demoing before you occupy your new school. So a few things to take into consideration is if we will be demoing an occupied school, so we need to worry about, as Anthony had mentioned, dust control, noise control, and really separation of the construction workers and the faculty and students. So two big things to think about when we're doing this. So also our utility corridor is going in this location. That is why the other item I want to speak on is the back parking lot. So you're no longer going to be able to access the rear parking lot from Pilgrim Parkway. So you're going to get an increase in traffic in that northern neighborhood. So communication with these neighbors, whether it's we have meetings with the community or we're sending out letters, our big thing is making sure that these neighbors who are going to have, some of them are budding neighbors who are going to have construction in their backyard for 2 years, are informed, and they're not, picking up the phone and calling the principal or calling school officials every day about what's going on. Why is there 100 more cars now coming down the street? So keeping them informed is going to be a big plus. I see while we continue the work. One item of VE that value management that was also in our original proposal was actually shifting the new school maybe northeast on plan, just enough so we don't have to actually demo that section of school. That's some added cost to the project and also eliminates us having to do demo in a school that's occupied. And then the next slide, which I didn't know was going to be on the
Where's your house?
Yeah, where's my house? Here's my house. So here's my house. And that's my commute. So my favorite side, because I've got literally a 5-minute commute. As superintendents, we're responsible for our job sites. I can't tell you how many times I've lost sleep thinking about a heavy rain that's coming or high winds that's coming. So knowing that I'm 5 minutes away, help me sleep, and also it's a value add for the client and Gilbane, knowing that I could run there probably in 10 minutes, I think. I could probably run in 10 minutes and get there in 5.
Okay, so phase 3 is basically, buildings constructed, done. We're moving people into the new building. We're constructing a new flow into and out of the building. We're pretty much flopping the 2 sites, putting up construction fence, moving into demo and abatement, getting ready for the new fields. And that's it. New fields are in, school's done. That's probably, I'll be running around that gym, maybe walking around. Too old to run.
So just some existing conditions with regard to Tollgate, very similar to what Alita had just presented, we need to address, but some specifics for the Tollgate campus. It's really the proximity to Linden. So we have another campus, another student population that we need to be aware of the traffic flow in and out and how those students utilize that campus during the day, but also at night. What are the night activities? I know, like when my son was with work firefighters, we used to practice in the field over there. So more making sure we have clear signage for student population, but also for after hour uses. The other thing, we also have the early demo down at Drum Rock. Again, as Anthony mentioned, we have dust, noise controls, but making sure there's a clear, defined path of travel for students and staff accessing that. We don't do all of this in a vacuum. We are all a partner here, and with Colgate, working with Principal Clory, with Principal Haywood, we want to make sure there's an open, direct line of communications, that we're not just doing something, we're doing something where everybody is aware of everything that's going on.
Thanks, Mark. So here, this is the original proposal, phase 1 that we provided in our proposal, but we'd actually like to up the opportunity to give you an alternate, which is actually keeping the football fields active. We feel that it's a real important part of the community. If you can continue to utilize that football field until Thanksgiving Day, you know, that Thanksgiving Day field or the Tollgate Pilgrim Thanksgiving Day game is really important to your community. And we feel that we can give you that opportunity and then take over the remainder of the field after that game. So we can talk about that more afterwards, but that's just another option that we'd love to entertain with you. So during February of 2025, when we mobilize on site, we'll start by putting up the site bounds. The green area is the area that we need to clear and grub in preparation for rock removal. We also have the demolition of the annex building at Drum Rock that we'll have to take care of for demolition first. And then this is really the pre-planning stages of rock removal. So I've actually had the opportunity to talk to one of our local trade contractors, Main Drilling and Blasting, and I have a great feeling and understanding of the rock removal process. We're going to be able to have a pre-installation or a pre-removal, rock removal meeting with you all to make sure that everybody's aware of the sounds, the feelings, what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like on that site while we're removing rock. And so we'll be having those meetings with you to make sure that the community, students, the administrators understand exactly what that means to you.
In the early days of mobilization, the priority is to actualizing what we have as a perimeter and identifying those pedestrian walkways, particularly at Drum Rock, and then protecting those with hard barriers such as like fencing and concrete barricades. Also adding our vibration control, soil erosion control, and then communicating that with signage. And then, like Daniel had mentioned with the athletic field, we understand that we're visitors to the school, to the students. So we're looking for those opportunities to minimize the construction impact on our lives, as I mentioned a couple of times, but basically adjusting our start times and end times, as well as deliveries to what the school schedule needs. I do not have a slide of where my house is like Joe did. Calvin, you forgot that one? I live 2 miles from Pilgrim, so you beat me by a mile. But I would say that I'm like 10 to 15 minutes away from Tollgate and maybe 20 with a stop at Dunkin' Donuts.
All right, phase 2, here you can see that we've encompassed the remainder of the football field. And so now we're going to be starting with the superstructure. There is a lower level of the new toll gate, so we'll be starting on the south elevation and then working our way north. That's during concrete and steel installation, and then around the perimeter exterior envelope, we'll be starting in quadrant D and then working clockwise around the building. During the finished stages of the building itself, we'll start actually working on the soccer fields and the basketball courts. That way, both the building and the fields are wrapping up simultaneously. That way, when we turn over that building, you can start utilizing a few of those fields right away.
As we roll into construction, we put into action our quality control plan, which includes things as like a submittal review process, first delivery inspections, third-party inspections, rolling completion list, and building commissioning. Basically, it gives me that opportunity as a Warwick resident to know my taxpayer dollars are going to the right places and we're getting what we'd like.
Awesome. And then finally, phase 3. Here you can see that the new building is occupied and we're able to complete the remainder of the demolition of Drum Rock. Once we complete that demolition, we'll work on the underground utilities, wrap up the parking lot, and then move along into the site mobilization for the athletic field. So we'll be starting with the demolition of the upper building and then the lower building, and then working our way from Plan West to Plan East, working our way out of the site, so that way you have a beautiful facility into the future. Great.
So just to answer your question with regards to closeout, basically all subcontractors, vendors are contractually balanced, that's standard. But one of the things we've done recently, enterprise-wide, we took an evaluation of how we do business across all projects. And we looked at procedures, and actually Danielle was instrumental in reviewing field operations. Closeout was one of them. As a result of that process, during every kickoff meeting, the subcontractors come in and closeout is talked about at the beginning of the project. There's a customized closeout form that is developed for each school, clearly outlining the responsibilities for each subcontractor. That outline is discussed during every monthly subcontractor meeting throughout closeout to make sure that, again, we're finishing on time, we're not lagging with closeout. With regards to building functionality, these schools are getting more technical, more complex to operate over time. And it's critical that facility staff have a really good understanding of how to operate that. That's super critical there. What we like to do is engage all the facility staff early on in the process, not wait to the very end to the training and say, here you go, but actually engage them during the entire construction process. So they have an understanding of how the building is getting put together, engage during the commissioning process. So they're right there to see all the little nuances for operations. So our intent is not to just turn over the keys and say, here, we're done. We will be here until facility staff is comfortable with the operations of their buildings.
And just to add to that, I don't think we end closeout at just the school and the facility throughout the job. My past few, actually, going back to Providence 10 years ago, I've started a process where I have monthly meetings with the AHJs so that the building official comes, the from fire. I feel like I spent more time with like Rob Walker and Captain Pullen in East Providence throughout that process than some of the other teams. But the intent of that is throughout the process, they feel engaged, right? They feel comfortable. You're signing your life away on this permit, this certificate of occupancy that says that you've witnessed all of these things and managed this building. We kind of keep that an engaging, open process to make sure that you do that. And then on the fire side, we spend so much time coordinating every aspect of construction. If something happens to your building during construction, they are the respondents. So during that monthly meeting, we talk about what's changed for access, what's blocked off. So if something did happen in the middle of the night and they need to respond, they know exactly where to go. They know the best route around the building. They know what's just been closed off. And that kind of helps at the end of the building. If we give you the keys on a Monday, and if you have an emergency situation on a Tuesday, all of your local emergency officials know how to handle it and manage it. And we think that that's an important piece of turning over a building as well, to make sure it's safe and sound for everybody who's going to be using it.
So we can open it up for Q&A. I will say on the back side of the placemat that we shared with you, you did have four particular questions that you asked, to just give you a reference back. So if you have questions that revolve around that, we can talk about that part of our presentation, to talk through further. So your questions revolve around.
Questions from the committee?
With a project this large, what are your thoughts on using, regarding insurance, either a sub-guard or a CSIP or an OSIP, owner-controlled insurance, or contractor-controlled? What are your thoughts on that?
So I will tell you, the last half a dozen projects in the state that we've done as K-12 have run through SubGuard, have had a CSIP on it. And Dwayne has also held the builder's risk. So there was one entity that everyone can gravitate towards. You don't have multiple entities holding separate policies and potentially having a gap exist. So it's something that most owners have gravitated towards, and we support and have the capability to implement any or all or a combination thereof.
I got one more.
Sure.
Regarding surety, I know you carried a bond for about $1 million, performance and payment bond. Have you been involved in projects where the CM waives the bond and all the subcontractor bonds are dual obligee, meaning they run to the owner and to the construction manager?
So I will tell you, in much older history, I have experienced that. In more recent history, most communities have relied on the CM's bond to protect them, and utilize the SubGuard program underneath us to facilitate any of those. However, we have done it. It is not an unusual process for us. And it could be implemented, as you said, it could potentially save you significant money. In fact, the community that we did it in did for that sole purpose.
You would need to just verify too, in the sale of the bonds, if they will accept that. We've been doing that in the past. They have not.
The municipal bonds.
So would that be a conversation that you would have with the city, or you would have with the project manager and the school department finance and the city's finance? Because you're gonna float a bond, you need to know that, right, before,
Yeah,
you know? Or would that have been included in the bond legislation?
It's usually in the bond language with your bond counsel would probably have to advise you as to what your requirements are thereof for your bond sale, right? That's usually the conversation we have with them to understand the terms of it, to know if that opportunity exists or not.
Ms. Gore?
If you were to receive the winning proposal, approximately how many projects would you have going on at the same time? It's a multi-tiered question, sorry. Do you have the capacity to do that? And how are we assured that we would receive your A team and nobody would be pulled off to deliver on another project?
So there's two answers to that, right? Right now, in the state, we really have 3 major school projects occurring. The majority of those finish right around the time you guys start. And I'll also like to say, so the people you see here are not on any other proposals we have going into other communities. We did that consciously, right? We want you to know that the people you see here are the people that you will get. And I consciously did not use their names in other communities when I submitted proposals because of that reason.
Thank you.
Superintendent?
Yes, what strategies do you utilize during the project to manage subcontractors?
Yeah, so this is a great one for you. We have tons of project controls. Oh, yeah.
But my favorite one is the easiest one, right? It's contract management. We have a contract with them. They have to perform under certain terms. Everything is clearly defined as it relates to performance of their work, back charges, staffing the job properly to complete it. And I'm one of those contract management type of people. This is what you owe me. And it's people, you find a hard way to argue around the contract. And I think I go back to that time and time again. And then the other piece of it is the relationships. I've been working, like I said, in Gilbane and in this industry for 24 years. A lot of the people who I'm working with now are people I've been working with for 20 years. I have good relationships with them. I can pick up the phone and, conversely, they can call me and whine and moan about all the things we're doing. So, oh, no, you're making me do my job. And it's like, oh, I listen, I feel it, and the work gets done. So between relationships and actually being able to enforce the contract and finding the right mix in between, how you do those things, I feel like that's what's helped us to be very successful with our trade contractor management. Thank you.
If I could just offer another comment too, I'm sorry. You know me. Look, the single biggest hook you have with a subcontractor is a monthly payment. We have an extensive precondition payment checklist for every contractor. It addresses submittals, it addresses field performance, it addresses safety, it addresses apprenticeship utilization, it addresses WBE, MBE compliance. It's quite intense. And if the box isn't checked off, they don't get paid, and they know that.
Ms. Knowles, you have a question?
Yeah, I actually have 3 softballs.
Oh, we like those. That's okay. We're good with that.
PLAs.
Yeah.
I didn't see any reference to or against. We're considering it, and it probably will happen. Do you have any preference, or do you care?
That's a great question for my friend Bill. So, yeah.
Really, on this slide, see the last column for the PLA experience. So we've been there, we've done that, and we do that. I'm personally an advocate for PLAs. I serve on the State Friendship Council also. And I feel that it gives you a comfort level of knowing that there's workforce that will be available for you, because it puts the labor community in a position where they're obligated to ensure that labor is provided. And if they can't provide it, then the contractors have options available to them. I've never in my career on a PLA project seen a building trade say, I don't have manpower. Somehow they find a way to do it.
Number 2, do you have any intentions of self-performing any work on the job? What is your concern about manpower? going forward? I think you touched on that, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, so we don't have any intention of self-performing. We intend to subcontract 100% of the work. We do not have self-performing. We intend on having. Relative to manpower availability, one piece to add that we've implemented very recently in our procurement process to address that manpower issue specifically at buyout is we're now requiring subcontractors when they submit a bid and prior to award to submit a manpower loading chart to us to show us what their intentions are on staffing our job and then what their backlog is for their manpower in their office, right? So we can see that our curve is within their available man force. So it is something that is fairly new, but is a tool that we're using to ensure that we get that. And we know that that site can perform at the level that we expect them to and that they're intending on providing.
One last thing, there's been a lot of discussion at the table about the advantages or disadvantages of awarding one school to one CM and one school to another. I'm not sure if you hit that or you have any large feelings about that.
So I've done both. I've worked in communities where we've done every school building project. One Providence is a great example. We did 2 elementary schools simultaneously. We're in Johnston today where we built an elementary school and then built a high school. I've also been in other communities where we get a piece of it. We provided you an opportunity to combine them out of savings, right? It is definitely much more efficient for us to manage 2 jobs and less expensive to you to manage both jobs. With one CM, it gives you sort of the opportunity to have consistency throughout. You have, Gilbane's monthly report and Demio's monthly report might be different. The way we provide information to you might be different. The continuity of having one CM provide you with the same thing consistently on both jobs, some owners gravitate towards. In other communities, they don't. But we absolutely would advocate for both for continuity of service for you, but we would be more than happy to do one, the other, or both.
Thank you.
Matt, do you have a question?
Just a quick question. On a couple slides, you had some savings opportunities and they were kind of tallying up. Were the totals up in the top right corner, everything including the previous slides, or is there a overall total other than that 4.1?
It's a great question. It's a running total, and it's also applicable to either school. Really, I used Pilgrim because it's more advanced design-wise than Tollgate, which is still a little bit more of a blank canvas. But those, with the exception of one of the site ideas where the rock processing on site is really more Tollgate than Pilgrim. But that's a running total per school.
Okay.
And again, it's not, I didn't even touch upon MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, constitutes typically about 35 to 40% of the budget. In this case, it could be 35 to 40 million of direct costs. So there's a whole potential there as well that we would get into. That typically you'd hit that at design development stage.
Thank you.
Any other question? I just have one. In your Pilgrim safety plan, the plan you put up on the screen, which was, I guess, your first shot out of the gate, was to route traffic through the existing neighborhood on the north side. Right? It was Everett Street and Blank Street, and using Blank Street to come in. I'll be blunt, that's a heavy lift. That's gonna be a heavy lift for that neighborhood. So I would assume there's alternatives to using that neighborhood that you'd have to pencil together.
We definitely explore, but I just want to add too, that's to create this corridor. If we get into the value management and we start looking at the shift,
okay,
we eliminate temporary costs, right? Temporary demo was just painful. You're spending like $20,000 of make safe and cut off and shut down just to turn up the electrical, and then you're building like a temporary wall. So you can kind of kill 2 birds, right? You can shift this and get it out of the way. We wouldn't need to demo it. We will allow that passageway, I think, right? Is how we reviewed it.
Okay.
And then none of that even has to happen. So we're gonna try to avoid that even being a thing if you get us in, let us know to the design team.
That's the most congested location on the entire site.
Right.
It's the proximity of the 2 buildings, so you have to build the new, you have to get in underground utility services, and you have to get 2-way traffic.
Okay.
I mean, we talked about earlier on, there's a freestanding structure on the other side of the building. Could that be removed early? Can you create a ring road around the site? If there's again, partnering with you and vetting the options. That's what it's all about.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very, very much. We appreciate your time.
Do I have a moment?
Oh, yes, we do wanna do one? Sure, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mention, I'm sorry.
No offense.
Yes. You've got one more minute.
So you've heard us talk about the challenges that we see for these projects and our response to them. I just want to review a few key items. Safety first. It's not just about our workforce. Most importantly, paramount, students, faculty, general public that's accessing the buildings every day. We completely understand that. That's in the forefront of everything that we do. The approach to budget and cost control and value management. Tony used the expression earlier, the rubber hits the road. To me, this is where the rubber hits the road because this is where we can really make an impact on the project overall. And it's not about estimating designs or design iterations. This is about bringing solutions to the table, alternatives to the table, and vetting them with you as a partner in the team. You've heard about our local folks, how many are residents. I too am a former resident, 214 Cruiser Road. And my involvement, of course, with the Trudeau Center through my son. Our experience in the K-12 marketplace in Rhode Island, but elsewhere, and our National Center of Excellence, we can bring a lot of knowledge and best practices, lessons learned to the table. We have many projects that do align in general scope and sequence with your projects. Project funding opportunities. The CT strategic plan identifies the challenges that Rhode Island faces with properly funding CT programs, and it's offering some options to be explored. And I would love to do that. Bill knows I'm, I think, a pretty strong advocate. And as we explore those options, I'd love to see a pilot developed, and why not do that right here in Warwick as a way to help the project. And then experience in the city of Warwick. So, you know, we have the folks who are residents, and we all have experience in town, but also we have major public project experience. I was the director for the TF Green Airport project from 1992 to 1998. And a decade later, we did the train station and parking garage and people mover. So we do know Warwick, we've worked in town, and we, I think, have the respect of the community in the work that we've done in the past. And lastly, Rhode Island is home to Gilbane. We've been here for 154 years. It's a family-owned organization, families still here in Rhode Island. We care about the state. We're dedicated to education of kids in the state. And we would love to be your partners in the fulfillment of your dream for your community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And if you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. Okay, 5 minutes, bathroom break.
Don't get it.
Okay, thank you. From the last presentation is Shawmut, welcome. I'll let you guys know when there's 5 minutes left. We're trying to keep it close, but we always run a little bit over, so at this point, the floor is yours.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chris Maury. I'm Senior Director of Shawmut Rhode Island office. And I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. Over 40 years ago, Shawmut found itself on a principle. That principle was to provide superior client service above all else. What that means is we don't just provide our clients with a better building, we also provide them, more importantly, with a better building experience. How do we do this? We look to partner with our clients. We partner with the city, the school department, the OPM, the architect. Not only that, but the faculty, the staff, the students, and the community at large. And how do we do that? We take your goals and make them our own. And then we work very proactively throughout the course of the project to not only meet those goals, but exceed them. So I'm very excited this morning to be able to have our team present our approach to both Pilgrim and Tollgate High School. And work to ensure that not only you're going to get great buildings at the end of the day, but that you're going to enjoy the ride. You're going to have a great experience from pre-construction design through construction and beyond. So with that, I'd like to introduce Gordon Zaniol, our project executive.
Good morning, everyone. So you had a long morning. My name is Gordon Zaniol. I'll be the project executive for the project, giving executive oversight for both projects. I've been involved in 5 districts for RIDE projects in Rhode Island. Very passionate about education myself. So we have an agenda. We received your agenda. We'll go through your agenda. Hopefully we answer all your questions, but please, this can go back and forth. If you want to stop us, just ask questions as we go. I know it's been a long morning for you, so we'll go through the core team introductions. We'll talk about your projects because that's why we're here. And then we'll talk about how we close them out and community engagement and the students, which is very passionate to me, and relevant experience. And we'll have some questions, I'm sure, at the end, but please ask questions as we go, if you'd like. A little bit about Shawmut, for those of you who don't know. As Chris said, we're over 40 years young. I like to say that. 24 years have been in Rhode Island. We have an office in Dayball Square. Probably it's between 70 and 80 employees there. 100% ESOP company. So we're all owners of Shawmut, which is a great benefit to all of us. So you truly are dealing with an owner when you deal with someone from Shawmut. And that's why we pride ourselves in customer service. We've done over 400 projects in Rhode Island, and we truly look for partnerships. We don't look for, we want to develop partnerships long-term with our clients. And one of the things here that impresses me the most, being with Shawmut about 11 years now, is that 83% of our revenue at Shawmut as a whole is repeat clients. So I'll introduce the core team to you guys and girls.
All right, so good morning. My name is Ed McNaught. I'm a senior project manager with Shawmut. I will be your operational day-to-day lead on both projects when we're successfully awarded. And I've been in this business for 40 years, mostly on large, complex technical projects with big teams and phase logistics. And I just want to leave you with the knowledge that not only am I the son of a teacher, but I'm also the proud father of a high school principal whose school happens to be getting renovated right now. So I talked to him about it, and he confirmed what I already knew, that communications with the leadership of the schools is hugely important during the construction process. So I'm going to make sure that I have Principal Caleri and Principal Gibbons on my speed dial and have regular communications with them to constantly let them know what's going on as we're building. So I'm super excited to be here, and I'll turn it over to Mike.
Thanks, Eddie. Good morning. Equally excited to be here. My name is Mike Kutubi. I'm a senior superintendent. I've been with Shawmut going on 20 years now, starting to lose track. Been on some of our largest, most technical, challenging, some of our toughest jobs, frankly. A lot of those in education. My most recent experience in the state has been on education.
Eddie and I go back a long ways, as our whole team does, really. And I just want to echo, I cut him off a lot, so if I do that, I apologize in advance. But the shared sentiment as far as education. My wife is a high school educator. I have 2 children, they're 4 and 6. They're going through the public school system. So I get what it is to be a parent, and I get what it is to be a builder. And kind of meshing and merging those 2 things together is really important for me. I'm passionate about it. And I truly feel that we are a better builder and bring a better experience.
Morning, everybody. My name is Jonathan Seymour, also a senior superintendent. I've been in the industry for 28 years, 20 of which I've been with Shawmut. Most of that time I've been building schools, both public and private. Something I'd like to share, quite a few years back, I had the opportunity to work at Perkins School for the Blind. Big personal growth on that job. I really learned how the construction site sounds, vibrations affect the learning environment. Since then, I've taken that with me when I approach other projects. Although we're not dealing with those situations here, it's something that's worth thinking about when you're producing new logistics and safety plans.
Blaine Pedersen, senior estimator, 1979 graduate of Tollgate High School. I'll let you do the math. Mike, 20 years, you're Greg, and news for you. You might be headed where I am. I've been doing this for a long time, over 40 years. 35, 36 years of doing the numbers for public schools, universities. It's what I've done. When the RFP came over and I saw my alma mater, I realized how it had started to pave the road. Went to Wentworth, doing the same thing 40 years later. I would be honored to be able to rebuild my alma mater if we're able to.
Anthony Cunha, project superintendent. I'll be the day-to-day boots on the ground guy. A little bit about myself. I've been with Shawmut for 8 years. Been in the industry for 20 years. Was a heavy equipment operator, engineer in the Army Reserves back in my younger days. Really excited about this project. Really passionate about what we do. I think we're really good at what we do. Interviews not so much, so bear with me here. But this job in particular is really important to me. It's really personal to me. I grew up in Warwick, graduate of Pilgrim in 2002. I went to Holloman, Aldridge. I bought the house I grew up in. I could walk to Pilgrim from my house. I have 3 children, 2 of which are in the public school system. My son will actually be going to Pilgrim next year. So for me, me and my family are deeply rooted in Warwick and the community. So this is kind of a dream job for me, be able to go and build, my high school, with my son and all of his friends next door, engaging with them. So it's a really great opportunity. I really look forward to it. And I can tell you that this is the team that is going to be, that's going to fight for these schools, build them right, going to be committed, dedicated. So just really looking forward to the opportunity.
My name is Alex Wilson. I'll be one of the project managers on this project. I've been with Shawmut 10 years. Worked on all sorts of academic projects, K through 12, higher education. Currently working with Anthony now, wrapping up a project at Brown. He does have a bit of a leg up on me in Warwick, being a born and raised resident. However, I am a current resident in Connecticut, right down the street. My daughter is going to be, future high school here. So, it's an honor to be able to build, her future high school.
Okay, we just want to point out our other project manager, Ashley Schroyer. She is not here with us today. She is out on maternity leave, but she will be back in plenty of time to participate in this work. Ashley's been with Shawmut for 12 years. She's one of our best PMs, along with Alex, so I'm pretty lucky as a senior. We've got 2 of our best PMs on this project, and this is a great group of supers as well. We would definitely consider this to be a team.
So along with that, this is I just wanted to pick. We couldn't bring everyone. A couple of people couldn't make it, including Ashley. But this is the in-house resources that this team has at their disposal, all the way through construction. So we wanted to point that out. And this is a map of proximity of where everyone lives in Rhode Island. We do have a couple of outliers, but they're still 4 to 40 minutes away from the project. Of course, we're gonna lean on Anthony because he's only 2 minutes away, but, no, only kidding. But yeah, so we have, everyone is rooted in Rhode Island and we're very happy to show you this map.
Yeah, our main office from, Friday is right down the street in Providence, about 23 minutes away with traffic, so.
And we have some proud graduates of so we just figured we'd share this with you guys.
Just wanted to let you know I got a haircut a couple days ago, just so I could.
So, we just thought, we thought this would be something to share. These guys, Sean couldn't be here, he's probably on the West Coast, but, we just wanted to share this with you. So I'm gonna turn it over to the team to talk about the services, the pre-construction services, and their approach to the, your projects and the end result.
That's slow. So I was always worried about following that slide, but, now we're gonna talk about your projects, right? So once we're awarded this scope of work, Sean will immediately take the lead on the pre-construction process. Pre-construction is very important to setting up for a strong construction. And there's a whole bunch of steps in here. Laundry listed them, but we're not gonna go through them all. But essentially what Sean will do is, we'll do an estimate at every design level, which Blaine will talk about in a little while. We'll be looking at logistics, we'll be looking at procurement, we'll even be looking at the end, starting to talk about closeout and how we're gonna clean up the job. But essentially, all these deliverables need to be developed and finished and in place so we can move into the construction phase. So it's a very important time of the job. And this is the beginnings of the plan of how we do that.
Yeah, and something that I think is really important and special, and that I insist on, is that the superintendents and the field team work alongside the project managers and the design team as well during that entire pre-construction process. A lot of companies have just pre-construction managers or departments that work on that. But what's important, what I like and insist upon, is that the person who's going to build the job, which is me, Anthony, and John, we're the ones that are working early on with that process, helping develop phasing, logistics, influencing the design the best that we can with some of our past knowledge, and then really diving into the details, looking at the 60%, looking at the 75s and 90s, and doing a true constructability review. I still make mistakes. 20 years in the business, we learn something every day, right? Every one of those mistakes I've learned along the way goes into a big book that I have. And then when we pour through drawings, we're improving details, we're learning from previous things.
Well, we're gonna lead off talking a little bit about procurement. So the procurement is super important on the project. Our team will write really strong scopes of work for the two projects. And then we'll go out to the market, we'll develop a procurement strategy that's strategic in terms of leveraging subcontractors, capacities, and, current workloads, and making sure that we're getting the right contractors for the right size contract and giving ourselves a bunch of options. A really good buy will translate into a really good construction project, and it'll mitigate a lot of risk on the project. So we put a lot of time and effort in that, superintendents, project managers, as well as our core central purchasing people. It's a very collaborative effort.
Over the past several years, Shawm has developed an internal pre-qualification process, that allows us to determine how much capacity does each subcontractor have to deliver for the project that we're targeting them for. So, there's no surprise that there's a lot of bond work for schools coming out. This is a perfect tool for us to strategize and analyze who's going to be best fit for this project.
For anybody that's familiar with the construction process in somewhat detail, right? Knows that superintendents typically complain about two things. I don't have the materials and I don't have the manpower. That's what stresses us out, and that's what this process tries to better.
And his stress turns into my stress.
That's true.
Alex's stress and Ashley's stress. So that's why we really work hard on the procurement side. And this statement here, where subcontractors like to work for Shawman, they do because, one, we have really good cost systems. We make sure we're billing, we make sure we're getting paid, and we pay them quickly. We also, these guys develop amazing plans, and when we execute the plans, it happens the way they expect it when they're bought out. And what that translates into for subcontractors is profit. So if we have profitable subcontractors, that means we're gonna be having a successful project. So the buyout sets that up. And, we don't wanna overstress the subcontractor market. That's why we do all the pre-checks and all that kind of stuff. But we're gonna create a bunch of options for ourselves during that procurement strategy, all kinds of different options. I'm not gonna go through them all. We listed a couple here. But one we wanted to talk about, the second one, was driving some design uniformity. And what I'm talking about there is mechanical electrical system. We got two buildings that happen simultaneously, two different architects. We should make sure that we're expecting the same type of air handlers, the same electrical equipment, the same, major components. So when we go to the street for the buy, it helps us for the buy. It helps us ensure we're gonna have delivery from these vendors. And then in the end, when we start them up and we turn them over and you have O&Ms, now you get two schools that have very similar systems to your ops people. So that's just one service that we'll bring forward during the pre-con and part of the procurement to try to advance it, because we're gonna try to procure long lead equipment to help the schedule.
Yeah, so part of the long lead equipment identified here is, most of the items that Ed was just talking about. This helps mitigate any schedule issues or project issues. This is a 3-year project, so we're trying to pre-purchase as much equipment upfront as early as possible to mitigate any escalation throughout the project.
And even beyond the equipment, we will pre-purchase what we need to make sure that we have the product, Mike's point, so that we can keep the building on schedule. We'll do that with the pre-purchase, like I said. We'll also, in some cases, employ some design assist subcontractor to help us advance design and advance buyouts. And just basically generate a whole bunch of strategies to make sure that we have the best subs and the right subs to build your projects.
Yeah, and this one here, 30 million on 15 projects, we pre-purchased. So Showman has the, buying power to pre-purchase. So when we talk about, trying to get these schools to be the same, when we purchased, it's not only the savings though, you think about, hey, if we pre-purchase, we're gonna save money. But more than that, we have control. So if we have both projects, we're lucky enough to get both projects, we have control over the sub-market. We have control over the labor. So we're not tugging, it's not a tug of war every time we go back and forth, because we're gonna pull from the same subcontractors. We know that, right? There's a lot of work in Rhode Island. So Shawmut, with the relationships that we have throughout New England, we can control that market. And that's important because labor is, it's a high premium right now. And we feel that we can have major control if we're able to do that. So not only savings, but the control part is what I want to leave with you.
Gordon, just a quick question.
Yes.
With the pre-purchasing of that equipment, do subs sort of look more fondly at that, where you purchase it and hand it to them versus they have to do the procurement process? How do you see that working?
Again, it's control, right?
So
We pre-spec, Chris.
Yeah, so we've done multiple projects, as Gordon was saying, 15 projects. What is what Eddie's talking about too, is making sure the subs are aware of that early on during the course of pre-construction. If they're aware of it early on, they know that they're going to be handed that piece of equipment. We share that piece of equipment submittal-wise with them, so they prove they have all the, a lot of times they'll still get, because they're gonna be accepting it, and at the end of the day warranting it, they'll still include the cost for, or the overhead for it. But it saves us long-term wise with regards to schedule and any concerns with schedule and any concerns with escalation. So we've done this on multiple projects and have been, especially with the volatility of the marketplace right now. Some of these components are a year out. We need panels.
Yeah.
Over a year out. Then based on the schedule, those fit in those in, making sure that we can release them at the right time so that you're not getting the impact on the back end.
From the field perspective, I love it because it gives me control. An electrical foreman, mechanical foreman, they love it because it's in our control now.
Yeah.
All that stuff is pre-purchased. We have relationships with people in the state where we store that, usually at no cost, and then I pull it to the job site when the time is right. It takes that complete burden from that.
Yeah, to your point though, they know when we're buying them out that we've already pre-purchased it, so they're not gonna figure that markup into their price or their profit margin. So, and they understand why we do it, to Chris's point, because of the timing. And quite honestly, we're better equipped to track that equipment than they are. We end up doing it for them anyway. So, it's just better for us. And again, the subs know, there's no surprise that opportunity for markup is not there, but there's still plenty of opportunity. These are big enough jobs that it's gonna attract them. They're not gonna.
Yeah, and where we've been able to work with the warranty, because this isn't a surprise that, this has been happening, especially with Shawmut. So we work with the vendors about warranty, because you might say we have this a year ahead of time, but when does that warranty start? That's all included in that pre-purchase.
So over the last few slides, we've heard a lot of talk about control of the market. In Rhode Island, we're Rhode Island minority business, women-owned businesses, even smaller.
Can I stop for a second? You talked about the pre-buying of product. You say the warranty starts as soon as you buy it?
No.
No, okay.
We work with the manufacturers to extend that warranty.
So it starts when it's installed?
When it's installed, not actually when it's accepted.
We'll buy it out such that knowing the timing of when it's gonna get installed, and that's when it will trigger.
Yeah, okay.
They know it's not gonna happen for a couple of years.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No,
we want to school it.
We love
collaboration.
So minority women business-owned enterprises in Rhode Island, is a smaller pool of subcontractors. Again, there's a lot of public work coming out of Rhode Island. All of the GCs in the state are going to be fighting for the same market. Our pre-qualification process tees us up perfectly to hit all the compliance stats that are required on ride projects. These are, projects that we've hit all of the margins successfully.
Yeah, not only do we hit the goals here, but really Shawmut internally has their own goal. We have a goal in any of our projects, our goal is 10%. No matter whether it's a public project, a private project, our goal as a company, and we take pride in that, is 10% minority participation. So we have what they call a partnership series at Shawmut. We actually invite the minority and disadvantaged companies in for like a 4-class. We do a 4-class program with them. We teach them about what it's like to work for Shawmut, how you work for Shawmut, and then after that, they graduate after 4 classes. They're 2-hour classes. We assign an advocate to them that will help them do their paperwork, do their contracts, get them the requisitions and help them with that. So we're really trying to grow that in the Rhode Island market. And we had a partnership series a couple of months ago, and really we had great participation in that. So we're committed to this compliance. It shouldn't be a compliance we should all be doing.
When we receive an RFP in our marketing so that we're gonna propose on it, we dive into the documents very deeply. And this is automatic. This is not just these projects, but we do it on every project. The numbers that you see up there are real numbers. And we've spent a lot of time on the documents to prove that to you. I just want to explain that to you. Gordon, give me 45 seconds. Okay, on tollgate, reduce gross square footage, we can do that honestly without reducing program. We have to work with the design, but we can do it. Utilize cost-effective materials in the auditorium. We just finished a performing arts center at Brown that was worth $225 million. We can make the auditoriums cost-effective. The lower level on tollgate is a very expensive square foot. We're building it into a hill, retaining wall, digging, blasting. If we can put some of that square footage on the lower floor, we'll benefit. Exterior glass quantity. Glass is $200 a square foot. Solid is $100 a square foot. Do the math, less glass, we can reduce the cost. Courtyard overall. I know that was built for a secure area, but if we can reduce the glass, put a little bit more solid area in it, we get a better cost. Okay. What I'm trying to show you is these are cost-effective methods that if we work with the design team, these are real savings. I just want to emphasize that to you because I know on large projects like this, savings when we go into it and when we go in to do an SD or a schematic for a baseline, it has to be right. So we just want to leave that with you. Guaranteed maximum price. Everybody says, what's guaranteed? Death and taxes and blah, blah. Not much is guaranteed in these days. I'm going to explain just the process to you. And for those not familiar with our construction lingo, SD, DD, CD, schematic design is the first one. That's about 30% done with the drawings. Design development is about 50%. Construction documents anywhere from, say, 75 to 90%. When we do the cost on each one of those, we do a detailed estimate. We have in-house MEP people. We'll do a 40 or 50 line estimate. We involve subcontractors to make sure that the street pulse is correct and we have the right number. When we get the final documents, put them on the street, it's all subcontractors from there. We need 3 to 5 sub prices on each one to get it right. This old-fashioned thing is called the telephone. I use this thing and I call each and every one of them. We have 150 to 175 subcontractors on our list. They're going to get a phone call from me. Sometimes I don't like it, but if they're going to price my project, it's going to be right, and they're going to have a relationship with them. That's how we do it. We fill in any holes that we see on the drawings. Our logistics plans will be included so that when we give you what we call a guaranteed maximum price, the holes are filled, and we should, as you look to the right, have any change orders. Now, we could, it's gonna be something that happens if we hit more rock, if something comes up. But we're gonna have a complete price based on those documents and logistics, and we will give you that price and we will honor it.
The key here is, what we like to say is anything that is reasonably inferred on the drawings, we'll have covered. You know, change orders are for added scope that the school committee or someone wants to add at the end of the day. We don't, an example, just to give you the context, like if, or having unit heaters on a mechanical drawing, but the electrical drawing doesn't have the wiring shown, that's not a change order. We need to own that going into the GMP, and we will own that. So that's what we mean by no changes. We fill in those gaps.
One of the things about a GMP, as far as we're concerned, is that we need to get to that as quickly as we can. A lot of these projects, they draw out the GMPs and they get RTAs, for those who are familiar with that, and they keep adding them and they add them. Showman, we want, for the benefit of our client and the benefit of us, get to the GMP, sign the contract, let's build the project. So that's our goal, is to get to the GMP as quickly as possible. So not only guarantee price after that, we also look for ways to help the client dig in. One of these, and not too many builders are doing this, I don't think, Inflation Reduction Act, real money. It's a funding stream from the government to build sustainable projects. So we can work with the design team up front and say, how can we apply for some of these things to get a check back? This is a real project that we did. Ashland, $784,000 came back to the school district on incentives from Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, that was President Biden passed that when he first came into office. There's a bucket of money, folks, that nobody's drawing from. So this wouldn't necessarily come back to your project, but it comes back to the district in funds. So we can work with the design team on that.
So let's build your project. So safety and logistics. We stand up here as two teams, right? There's a Pilgrim group and a Tollgate group, but the reality is we're one Shawmut, and that's the benefit of going with the contractor for both projects. We looked at and analyzed both of these jobs as one large team, and that's how we would deliver them, whether individually or collectively. One of the ways you'll see that there's repeating themes throughout the entire remainder of this presentation that includes safety, logistics, and schedule. We're gonna get into some of those right now. And from a high level, just talk about some of the things that are important to us. We talk about passion and family and education. Some of the ways we do that, frankly, are just everybody gets badged. Everybody has a background check, and some of this is straightforward, right? But we take it seriously. We use some software called HammerTech that documents that along the way. So everybody coming to or from a job site, you know exactly who they are, what their background is. And if there's ever an issue, it's really easy to identify what that is. We're firm believers in collaboration. Ed mentioned principal communications. We become best friends with the school and hopefully the entire community. We use various ways of demonstrating that different communication techniques.
You also see through the development of the work plans that, you know, a safe site is an efficient site is a safe site. They work hand in hand. And additionally, all that is covered in the GMP.
And two things we're proud of here: 0 OSHA violations. Reflecting on our EMR of 0.70. We really do. We talk the talk and we walk the walk. This stuff is important to us, and it's reflected by our metrics. Couple things here. How we get to and from the job sites, right? Trying to keep construction separate from education so we don't impact the community more than it necessitates. Temporary and permanent roads, trying to divide those so contractors and construction comes from one gate whenever feasible. And really when that happens. So we have different work hours. We don't take deliveries between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock. We don't take deliveries after 2 o'clock. Those things are developed obviously alongside the school district and the specific school that we're working at. And as much as we try to keep everybody separate, the reality is younger people, they tend to love construction too as much as we do. So we've found some various ways to incorporate our experience in the school, whether it's holes and fences where people can, or whether it's job site tours, whether it's us going into the school, that all kind of gets wrapped into the early safety and logistics plans we put together.
Dust controls, that'll happen throughout the construction duration. Early on with earthwork all the way through the end, later on in the project, we're doing demolition. And that's not just from construction-created activities, it's also mitigation of dust and dirt that we may tend to have the ability to control with tracking it outside of the site with street sweeping programs, et cetera, to keep the site, exterior side of the site as clean as the inside. Vibration monitoring, especially at toll gates, there's potential quite a bit of rock removal, which could even be blasting. We are well experienced with blasting in close proximity to occupied schools. My last project in Ashland, we were blasting less than 50 feet from the school during working hours. We were able to work out a blasting sequence that will work with the school at certain hours of the day is when we do the blast. And we knew it was working well because after a couple of days, the kids stopped cheering because it became a routine of their day-to-day activities. And then finally, detailed signage, not just signage protecting our workers within the site, but exterior signage around the perimeter, advising the public, and then additional signage in and around the neighborhoods, depending on our traffic control plans or any utility work that's happening outside the site, we can advise the public accordingly.
There's one sign that I particularly enjoy, and that's think like a parent. We're visitors in your home, but it's a little different for me because I'm not a visitor. This is our home. This is our community. So we want the same things that you want. We want a safe site. We want to limit disruption to neighbors. School operations. I think, student safety is number one. My son is going to be on the other side of that fence, so, safety is definitely at the forefront.
We're gonna jump into the logistics for Tollgate. I won't be the lead superintendent there, that'll be John. But what we're trying to demonstrate is the way we approach projects is I support him, he supports me. We're really in this together as one Shawmut. We're gonna start to walk through Tollgate first. We'll do some scheduling logistics for that project, and then we'll talk about
a brief hit on the schedule as it relates to the logistics. The first 28 months is the biggest portion of the job, which is going to take you through the new construction and the first large area of site work that will be turned over. The second phase, which will really be broken down into 3 sub-phases, gets you through demolition all the way through us leaving the site. We do see opportunities in the schedule to either minimize or potentially eliminate the need to come back in 2028 with some creative scheduling to try to get us through into late winter. That is also predicated on Mother Nature. We'll go through a couple of snapshots of some logistics that we've come up with so far. First and foremost is delineating the new construction area from the existing occupied school spaces. And that includes not just the actual school, but the annex itself, which we know will remain occupied during construction. We'll be developing plans to maintain a sidewalk and crosswalk that will allow students going back and forth between the annex and the main school to move safely. We know we'll be sharing the entrance to the school with the morning and afternoon drop-offs. What we've successfully used in the past, what I call blackout periods, where we limit or exclude construction traffic from happening during those hours. Then that includes workers coming to the site or deliveries coming and leaving the site. That can be, and that's controlled through their subcontractor contracts. Subcontractor parking. We feel we can maintain all the subcontractor parking within the construction site through most of the phases, especially with early development of the main parking lot on the north side of the site. But just in case, we started to think about some supplemental parking areas adjacent to the existing parking area that could be used for either overflow contractor parking or possibly additional student staff parking with the loss of other parking areas currently.
One thing we want to point out real quick on that slide is that we've been able to manipulate the logistics to preserve the use of the football field, at least to the early stages of construction. So if you see that opportunity, we're going to take advantage of it.
And one more key thing, we'll focus in with the local emergency services, but obviously maintaining clear emergency egresses from the existing school and from the annex is critical. We have, initial plans, but obviously this would need to be reviewed with emergency services and the school staff to make sure everybody's comfortable with our plan. Next. This next phase, which is what we call the summer barn burner, big push when the students leave in June and come back in the fall is to demo the full annex. Get a big push on the renovation of the CTC building, to have that ready for early fall. And obviously, and trying to get a big push on the major demolition to be away from the new school, as the students return in the fall.
I'm not sure the name of the game here is we're trying to work in this counterclockwise motion. Keep giving the field as long as possible if it's desired, giving it back as quickly as possible, and then really trying to make the transition of construction as seamless as possible. We put a big focus on connecting our schedule to the school calendar, which is why you see these different areas kind of coming and going. We recognize we're shoehorning a pretty big facility between an existing school and that annex. So kind of recognizing that there's certain things we need to build it, but also recognizing that you want these new spaces as quickly as possible if it's efficient. So that's really the CTC space in the bottom that's existing to remain. We want to get in there as quickly as we possibly can, working with the district, and then give it back to you as quickly as possible. Really kind of working down towards the bottom of the page, rehabilitating those parking areas, giving you back the grass fields, and then really working back up to that center mass as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
By breaking up, if you go to the next slide, by breaking up the second phase into multiple smaller sequences, right, we keep giving back components. As Mike was just saying earlier, not only the building itself, but additional permanent parking and the small ball field as we continue to work through the rest of the demolition and the rest of the site work, leading us into early winter where demolition gets completed and we finish the large ball field with the hope of trying to be done in 2027 or minimize what we have to return to do in 2028.
Working that efficiency saves money, saves time, it saves money, and it makes it a more enjoyable ride, a better experience, frankly.
So we put together a traffic plan. You've heard Mike and John talk a lot about safety, emergency egress, blackout periods for deliveries, so we're not impacting, start and stops of schools. What's unique about Tollgate is it's set up more like a campus than Pilgrim is. So we are being really cognizant of all of the pedestrian traffic as students are walking between the annex building and the main campus, as well as the junior high that's right down the road off of Tollgate.
All right, so we'll jump into Pilgrim really quickly. Talk about schedule. The schedule, it's pretty basic, right? It's about a 28-month construction period for the new school. And then depending how we break up that phase 2 and we transition new school to old school, we remove that building, we improve it, and then in 2028, we turn that over for full and beneficial use and occupancy. So how do we do it? We have a few kind of bird's eye views, some 3D images that weren't included in the RFP response, but they're consistent with what our take on it was at that time. New school, obviously on the right of the page over here, site safety and perimeter protection is installed. We have clear delineated lines where construction traffic comes in. And then really important to us, we're maintaining your operations. It's your school. We're keeping it the same. Ritual, routine, it works with my kids. It works in education. In our previous experience, it works to build new schools adjacent to existing ones. One thing we're kind of focused on that slide that we can talk about in the 2D is really, what is the space behind the existing school? How is it used? And what kind of flexibility is there on how we modify it and give access? This connector in there, we'll talk about it on some future slides, but that connector guy is kind of brainstorming after the RFP on how we can do better. We're trying to stay out of the residential areas, but we're proposing some potential access from those areas if required. We frankly hope not to be. We want to try to seclude ourselves on the right of that page only.
So phase 2, really straightforward, keep clear delineation, new building, this is gonna be our site for demo. I think the transition from the old school into the new school is gonna be the most important aspect of this. And keeping the bus route and parent drop-off pickup seamless is really important, otherwise my wife will kill me. So, very basic. I think, we do need to be considerate of the residents, both on the north side and south side, possibly putting up some sound barriers or sound padding.
And then in 2028, when we hit the side of the park, this is what the facility looks like, right? I mean, it's a beautiful, the existing design is gorgeous. And as quickly and as efficiently as we can, we want to turn it over to you guys for enjoyment. A couple of the more nitty-gritty 2D renditions of what we're doing here. Again, it's nothing completely revolutionary, but what I do think is our approach to it. Entrances on the bottom, new school over here on page right. operations stay on our side of the project, property. Again, potential access over here, which we can talk about if needed, but nobody wants construction equipment going to their backyards. As much as I like construction, I wouldn't want contractors using my space, so we get it. The next slide has some outside of the box thinking about what we may be able to do there, but this is, stand up, please. But this is our general approach, how we're gonna build this.
One thing we want to point out on this slide too is with Anthony knowing everybody in town, there's a vacated Salvation Army building over there. So he's actually spoken to that owner and that is available for us to rent. And what we would propose to use that for is what we call a co-location space or colo during the pre-construction to bring our teams together with the architects and the engineers, as well as the school department, to really build some synergy and some collaboration between the two teams during the pre-construction phase of the job. And then once Pilgrim moves to construction, that will become a field office for us, as well as some additional parking. It affords us another gate on the east side of the site. And then the toll gate team will move over to the toll gate site.
And the way I was talking about kind of supporting each team is, that's really the solution to it. Ed Anthony and myself came off of a 4-year project where we had a co-location. Designers sat there, contractors sat there, we huddled, and then we executed all the strategies that we're talking about. And that's just really another example. It's not just talking the talk, it's walking the walk. And that's one way to achieve that during pre-construction and then beyond. And then also to keep access to the Pilgrim site away from the school operations.
So this slide has a lot on it. Basically, we're trying to show challenges and opportunities here. This area in particular is very challenging, but we do see some opportunities. Well, we have the existing utilities that run underneath the new building. We have the new utilities running underneath the existing building. So a few options, we've been, talking through. Could we shift the building over a little bit out of the footprint? Could we reroute utilities to the backside? Could we relocate where the utilities come into the building, instead of the northwest corner, make it the northeast corner? So a lot of options here that I think will get flushed out during pre-con. And then, another opportunity that we potentially see is maybe, phase 1A, where we're taking this area a little bit early. And this is, one of many options that we're running through right now. Basically, we're at temporary parking here and here. It's not, the bus loop isn't shown, but we wouldn't touch the bus loop. Keep the bus loop intact. It'd be a separate entrance in and out here, separate entrance in and out. But what this does is allows us to, go after the outbuilding, the baseball field, and a few other fields a little bit early, accelerates the schedule a little bit, and I think that's gonna benefit, financially.
And if we do a parking approach in the front, then we can possibly eliminate or minimize what's in the back. It just keeps people off of residential streets. And then just touching on that utility space over here as well, that's really tricky because the building, at least as I understand it from narratives, is designed for horizontal and vertical expansion at some point. But as drawn now, all of the new utilities go under where you would expand to. So we just want to keep diving in. It's just an example about how we haven't stopped with the RFP. We continue to analyze this and brainstorm how we can be the best. Demolition, relatively straightforward. Whatever we come up with in the back, we want to start as early as possible to just turn over space and be efficient. We've moved you to the new Pilgrim School, and we kind of continue demo back out to Pilgrim.
Give you a few fields early, the outbuilding. Also looking into maybe even shifting the outbuilding out of the footprint of the existing building as well to attack that.
And there it is.
We'll knock it out of the park. So this is the school traffic plan. Ideally, we stay out of residential neighborhoods, mine in particular. So, we'll get off on 37, head down Post Road, Airport Road, Warwick Ave. Both have 2 lanes of traffic each way. We have alternate routes. You could take the Airport Road exit. You could go down as an alternate route also, Post Road, and then take a right onto Warwick Ave. But this is our, construction route when we start.
I will say though, the teams are great, the superintendents are great at keeping this, like, we put this on paper, but we go over every subcontractor will be taking these routes. These guys have fostered, it's amazing, the communication and collaboration they have with us. So that's great, Anthony.
All right, so as you can see, these guys have got some great plans for how to logistically build the buildings. Obviously, through pre-con, we'll refine those and coordinate those with everybody. But all throughout that construction, as we, when we think about commissioning and the closeout and the turnover of the building, that started really early in the process, and it walks all the way through the job.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the life cycle of the entire process, and this, we're kind of at its infancy right now, but we truly begin with the end in mind, working through early safety and logistics and how we can phase a project, influence design. We're really thinking about when we give you the keys to your building, how's it feel? How comfortable are you using it? What's the level of quality? What's the level of reliability? We try to eliminate punch list. As much as we say we eliminate, there's always something, right? So just an efficient punch list process is really important. A commitment through that and after, for the years after occupancy of the building, just kind of being there, we become a part of the community. That happens during that commissioning occupancy as we continue building that trust and really finalizing that relationship that we form. And we call it an enhanced owner kind of turnover and training process. And we really value and kind of treasure how we've improved that.
So there's one thing that's in our standing operating procedures, I think unique to Charlotte is, the 10-month walkthrough. We don't just hand you the keys, like Mike said, and leave and say, good luck. We'll come back 10 months later or anytime in between, and we'll see how the building is still functioning, if it's still working within, your expectations. And again, just try to become a partner for you, not only through the pre-con construction, but post-construction and into the life.
And why is that 10-month important? Because you're guaranteed typically 12 months. So we come back in 10, work with facilities, see what's functioning, what they're having problems with, bring back trainers, vendors. So we have 2 months to really find out, get the niches out. So we do come back, that's part of our operating procedures, like Ed said, we do come back in 10 months and walk the project.
It also allows us to hold the subs responsible for those 1-year warranties. They're there and fulfilling their obligations as well.
One of the ways we do it is with in-house experts. So Frank Needham, like I said, I've been here 20 years. He's been here just about that. So I might as well just invite Frank to Thanksgiving with me at this point, because he's basically like family. He starts early on in the process in pre-con, but he's there during the construction. So he's familiar with your building. He's familiar with how it operates, and then he physically knows how to operate it. So if you're ever in a jam, he's the individual you actually will call 24/7, that if a subcontractor doesn't respond fast enough, Frank will, and then I'm behind him. He works really closely on kind of what the turnover looks like and how it feels, ensuring O&Ms are complete, making sure as-built are really as we built it, because they're never as it's drawn, and then what that training kind of handoff looks like. It really becomes an extension of your facilities group, and he's always a phone call away.
We will know everybody by name. So community and student engagement, like I said earlier, this is, after we build this beautiful project, that's all great, but my passion is the students, to be honest with you. I'm an inner city kid, grew up in Pawtucket. What I like to do is I like to reach out to the students early on in the process with the high school, especially the seniors and juniors, and really talk to them about construction, talk to them about project management. Some are gonna go to college, but we all know it's not for everyone. What are we doing about it? We, as Shawmut, I'm in 5 districts, I've been in 5 high schools, and I talk to the students, and I tell them, and I talk to them about the opportunities. I bring in engineers, we bring in architects, we bring in trades, men and women, and we talk to them about it. Just in Rhode Island, we need 24,000 men, I'm looking at it, we need 24,000 workers in Rhode Island by 2028, tradesmen and women. 24,000. What are we doing about it? We're going in and talking to the kids, getting them excited about it, bringing them on tours when we get the steel up, bring them in, work with the engineering teachers. We're doing it in North Providence. The kids are loving it. So that's some of the passion that I have, and I will continue to do it here. It's really amazing when you get the kids excited. I can tell you, in Pawtucket, we did it with the 2nd graders. Okay, we had them design their classroom, and it is amazing what these kids can do in the 2nd grade. So we have to start early. Even in the middle schools, we'll be glad to go and talk to the middle school kids. Get them excited about construction. It's a passion of mine, and it really is something that we look forward to doing here in Warwick. Relevant experience, these are many. I'm not gonna go through every one of them. Like I said, I've been in 5 districts in Rhode Island only. The RIDE projects, overall, 2.7 million square feet we've done K through 12 in the last 15 years. Currently, some of that's still ongoing, but the 550,000 square feet RIDE projects alone that Shawmut is involved with in the last 4 years. So we have the experience, we have the teams, and we're very passionate about education.
You know, one of those happens to be the job I'm on now. It's East Providence, Martin Middle School and pre-K. I was in this same position about a year and a half ago, and we're in the middle of that project now. So everything I spoke to you about now, we are actively executing really, really successfully just across the bay.
And you can call the principal, Mike, and his team has a great relationship, but this is an occupied school. And we're knocking down half the school and building half of it, knocking down the other half, and they're saving the core. And Mike and his team is doing a tremendous job with communication and collaboration, so. This,
I'm gonna interrupt you. I'm on 3 of them, and if you want to just talk to these guys here, I'm very active on the stuff that's ongoing right now, so I would love to move right into this one.
So this is a great project Shawmut did in Billerica. It's a high school. It was 146 million when we started, but if you escalate the cost, we put the 220 up there, that's what it'll be worth today. It's 325,000 square feet. We built this adjacent to not only 5 feet from the existing school, we built it, there was a town hall, police station, and a hockey rink, all surrounding the school. And we built this school seamlessly. We were able to finish it a month early, give back $2 million in their budget, and with that, they were able to enhance all the branding in their school. We're right back to the school, they enhanced their program, but this slide, I like it because I wanted to show you how close the new building is to the existing building, seamlessly. If you have a chance, if you haven't already, because I know we sent this out, check out the QR code. It really tells you, how this project went, and that's what we live. Like to Mike's point, we don't just talk the talk, we do it. So what does all this mean? It means that we mitigate the risk for Warwick, we protect your interest as our client. Community, we are passionate. We have people that live in the community. I know I'm passionate about the education part of this. So we want to be a long-term partner, like we said. We want to be part of that 83%. And, I know some of you are saying, why put all our eggs in one basket? It's okay if you pick the right basket. So to get both schools would be, we'd be honored to build both schools for you. Questions?
Questions from the committee? Mr. Pratt?
Not related to our project, but the Washington Bridge being out, how's that affected you and how have you made changes to deal with that commute for that East Providence?
It's a good question. And they're about to change even more. So what we've done is so a couple things. We've resequenced some of the phases. We've extended partnerships with facilities locally that I mentioned for staging equipment early so we can bring it in. We're sourcing materials from different places. So a lot of the things that were going to go 95 up north, they're now going the other direction into complete different facilities. So the design team was a big part in kind of buying into that because they saw a whole additional rounds of submittals, frankly, because now we're choosing from different places. But all of our decisions are kind of focused on that right now.
It's picking the right subcontractors. We don't like what Alex said, we pre-qualify on subs. We don't just take the low bidder all the time. Like, we really want a partner. And I talk to the subcontractors, and when we're talking to them about the project and we're scoping them out, we're looking for a partner. Just like you are looking for a partner. We look for partners. We don't look for just subcontractors. So a lot of them that are on East Providence, because I'm with Mike on that one as well, they're really working with us. We're working together. There's no cost have gone back to the owner, and we don't anticipate any cost going back to the owner.
I talk to the subcontractors so much that I get sick and tired. I text, we can all do that, but emails don't work in today's world. Pick up the phone, and that's, I can't tell you how important that is. I try to get some of the co-ops and some of the young kids to make phone calls. Email, it doesn't work. You have to talk to people. When you talk to people, you will get their ear, you will get a relationship. They will come to your job, they will give you a price because they want to work with us.
We can almost always find a way, right? Sometimes a lot of people have answered me specific to the bridge, but in other examples, no, we can't do that. It just means we're not asking the right question. So I used to consider myself running through a brick wall. Now I just find different ways to get through that brick wall. The bridge happens to be an example of that, but just ask the right questions and find creative out of the box thinking solutions.
Mr. Holmes?
I got my usual.
Go ahead, ask away.
I know the rest of the committee's getting sick of this, but, now, one thing I didn't notice, you talk a lot about East Providence, you talk about his house. What have you done recently in Warwick? Community?
Warwick, actually, in the Warwick community, actually several years ago, we did two actually public school projects in Warwick. I can't remember the exact name of them, but they were both summer barn burners. This is back shortly after, I think. It's been a little while, actually. I think it was shortly after 2008 when the market grew a little bit. We dabbled into public work at that point and executed two great projects, actually, both of them with Secoshia at the time.
I'd like to touch on that because a lot of people say that, what have you done in the public sector? You know, for a long time, Shawmut, we weren't a low bid contractor, and we're still not a low bid contractor. When the public market decided to go CM at risk and truly get a partner, that's when Shawmut decided, hey, let's pursue this. Because, you know, I look at the public sector always got the short end of the stick. Okay, because what was it? It was the low bid. You got the low bid. We opened them up, called rip and read, right? We ripped it open. We opened it up, and we said, "Hey, he's low. He gets the job." Shawmut wasn't that contractor, so we never went after the public work. As soon as they went to CM at risk, we're like, "Hey, we can add value now. We can develop partnerships. We can be a construction manager, not a GC, and we can help the public." And we want to treat the public like we treat Brown University, like we treat RISD, like we treat Harvard and Yale. And that's the truth. That's why we're in the market now. We've been in Rhode Island strong for the last 4 years. And it's truly a building experience. Anybody can build these. We've got talented contractors came in here. They all can build it. Okay, I've worked with the OPM. We've had a great relationship in Rhode Island and Mass, but it's all about the experience for all of you. And what is that entitled? We are a different builder. And you won't know that unless we build for you.
I actually forgot one thing when I was talking about GMP. We are a different CM. We're gonna fill in the blanks. And I'm not gonna point fingers at our competition, but we will fill in the blanks. And we're not gonna come back, just as Chris said, you know, if there wasn't wiring shown to a heating because the plans didn't get coordinated through the design phase, we're not looking for that. Internally, we rip the documents apart. And when we say we're gonna give you a price that includes everything, we've got the stuff that's filled in that might not have gotten coordinated between all of the engineers on the design side. So that's what makes us that's what makes us different.
To the point, that's a large reason why we haven't done a lot of work is because traditionally it's been file sub bid or bid work. Whereas our expertise is construction manager at risk.
Just ask me, two other quickies. PLAs, pro, con, any objections?
No, we're signatory. So we're signatory to the carpenters and the laborers. So right out of the gate, we can deal. We have PLAs right now. We're in East Providence. Many PLAs to our history. We have no problem with it, pro or con. I can't really sit here and say either way, but we are signatory to the carpenters and laborers. And we work both ways. We have great relationships with the subcontractors. Either way.
Okay.
You know, so if you went PLA, we have no problem. If you didn't go PLA, we have no problem.
And we're actively talking with all the subcontractors and also the BAs every time.
Listen, our job is to get the best value for you.
Yes.
Okay, and if it's not a PLA, then we get the best value with subs that aren't union, like the MEP trades. But if we go PLA, it's still the same focus.
Okay, just because we're in discussion about it.
Yeah.
And the last one, the amount of work that's coming out, where do you see when this job starts? I don't know if I saw it. Where do you see the manpower problem?
We actively,
possible problem?
Chris and I actively talk to the unions. Lately, seems like it's weekly, but, yeah, you heard that stat, right? We need 24,000 people by 28. It's no secret. There's a lot of work. But I think with the Shawmut relationships we have throughout New England, so far, we have not had a problem retaining labor. People like to work for Shawmut. I'm just saying that. They like to work for Shawmut. Shawmut pays their bills. Not that the other contractors don't, but we get our requisitions in, we help our contractors, we partner with them. It's just the smoothest, it seems like it's a smoother operation, but sometimes I question the state. Like, what are we doing,
but that's not gonna change our approach.
No, our approach and our communication, pre-qualification with the subcontractors is significant. We're always talking with them, and to Blaine's point, we're always reaching out, making sure we get there. We're also planning ahead. So it's okay, talking with the DAs, talking with others, how do we get more participation? How do we figure out different ways? Fortunately, we're a New England-based company. We happen to have, we're all in the Providence office, but we have offices in Boston, Connecticut, Western Mass, that we can draw from as well during the course of these projects.
If I can further elaborate on what
No,
Chris
it's
said
okay.
too, okay.
Thank you. I'm good.
Yeah.
Mr. Kraft? Question we ask of others is, do you guys self-perform? Like, what are your numbers for that versus exclusively
So
subcontract?
we do self-perform. We have a sister company that's, and they do everything from demo, rough carpentry, anything labor and carpentry driven. So they can do drywall, among other things. That's one of the things that we actually bring to the table too. There'll be certain trades or certain packages that we actually will recommend, listen, we don't want to bid this out to the street. We'll open book, this is what we, and this is the reason why is we have the control of it, like for certain packages. At the same point, they'll bid it, they can bid it as well. So we can do it both ways. Again, it's based on a communication dialogue with the client.
Any questions, Mr. Reynolds?
Yeah, talking about surety, I know you're carrying like 1.9 million for your surety bonds. Have you ever done a job where the CM waives the bond and you do a dual obligee bond that runs to the CM and the owner? So all the sub bonds run to both the CM and the owner, and the school district would save the premium on your bond, because obviously you're gonna bond all the subs, I would think.
We usually actually, we do subcontractor default insurance.
Yeah.
In lieu of bonds. We found that, it's much more.
The SubGuard?
Yeah, SubGuard is a product name.
Right.
It's SubGuard, the same thing.
It's okay.
But the reason being, and what we have found throughout the many years that we've been in business, that bonds are great, but it doesn't protect you as much as a SDI. So SDI allows you, if there's an answer or a sub goes out, you're not just getting the balance that's remaining in the subtract, you actually, whatever the cost of the work to get the work back, get someone back in, you're compensated. So it protects us, it protects the client a lot better than a bond.
But
Not
in
only
that-
that, there's a timing issue with it too.
In that case, you don't furnish a bond for the entire project.
We typically will provide a P&P bond, a performance and payment bond.
Right.
For the project, usually in public work, it's a requirement. A lot of our private jobs, we don't do that. They waive it. We show our financials and like they're solvent. To your point, it's a savings.
Yeah.
For the client. And
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
requires, but we do CSIP, which is.
Correct, that's part of the insurance program. So there's other means to
There's other
protect
means to
it.
do it, to try to save.
Yeah.
SDI again means?
Subcontractor default insurance.
Okay.
And the beauty of it is actually, it's a constant rate and the way we carry is any subcontract value that's greater than 100 grand, it falls into that. And they're pre-qual with our group, our risk management group. And what it does is it's a flat fee for everyone, over 100 grand. Versus bonds where you have some subs that.
Sure. Pay 2%, some
Two,
pay
some at 3%, some, but it levels it out.
Any other questions from Matt?
Just have a question. In the value engineering dollars that you had on the slide for the two, did you find that those are required to keep the projects on budget, or are the projects on budget from what you see so far, and that's above and beyond?
Boy, that's a loaded question.